witness continues with his evidence. I'd like to refer briefly to the application which we heard about yesterday, and to inform the parties that the commissioners wish to have a meeting with senior and junior counsel for the Human Rights Commission, as well as senior counsel for the evidence leaders. Unfortunately, Mr. Madlanga is not available today, and I don't see Mr. Malindi here either. So the meeting can only be held on Monday, at the end of the evidence. I hope that the meeting will find satisfactory solutions to the various problems that are raised by the Human Rights Commission. And in the circumstances, the parties do not have to file notices of intention to oppose or affidavits or anything of that kind until they are informed on Tuesday morning as to the outcome of the commission, of the meeting to which I referred. And as I've said, it may well be that it will be unnecessary for any further steps to be taken in relation to the application if solutions can be found to the points that have been raised. You're still under oath to give evidence. And who is going to cross-examine first this morning? Mr. Machipela, are you going to cross-examine before the representatives of AMCU and the family? Have you? Let's do the gentleman's thing and ask them what they would prefer. What would you ladies prefer?
We have no real preference, Chair.
Egqiba ukuchecking ngosihlalo into kubana kuzobakho inhlanganiso zabo khona phakathi kwabantu amaqela kanye amagqwetha HRC Human Rights and Evidence Leaders ngomvulo.
We are happy to start.
Good. Very well, please do so.
Good morning, Mr. Phatsha.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Phatsha.
Molo bawo. Molo.
Yavuma.
I'm greeting you. I agree.
I hear that you have been a member of NUM until December 2012. That is for a period of 30 years.
Wa ulilungu lenum iminyaka engamashumi amathathu uye wabalungu lenum kwaze kwaba ngu December 2012 injalo lonto
Injalo.
That is so.
Why did you leave NUM?
Kutheni uyekile uphumile kunum?
Kungokubethwa yinum.
It's because of being attacked by NUM.
Okay. When did this attack on you by NUM happen?
Wabethwa nini NUM?
Nge-11.
On the 11th.
On the 11th of which month?
11 yeyiphi inyanga?
August.
11th of August.
Okay. Did they attack you personally on that day?
Wena ubuqo wabethwa bakubetha ngalamini?
Zange kubethwe kum.
I was not the one assaulted.
Okay. And then this attack, you say it happened in August, but you only resigned in December. That is 4 months after the attack.
Okubethwa kwenzeke ngo-August wena waphuma ke apha kumbutho ngo-December kutsho ukuthi ke kwakusekudlule inyanga ezine emva kwelo hlaselo wayeka ke ngokemva koko.
Njalo.
That is so.
Okay. Other than the attack, did anyone promise you anything better if you leave NUM?
Ngaphandle kokuhlaselwa ke kukhona umuntu ke wakuthembisa into engcono zayixhamla ukuba ungaphuma apha kwenum.
Ndikhutshwe into uba bebethiwe abasebenzi endinabo.
What made me leave it was because my co-workers were assaulted.
Okay. And then you were not assaulted.
Wena zange ubethwe.
zange ndibethwe ngaloo mini.
On that day, I was never assaulted.
Okay. The strike that you joined on the 10th, do you know?
Before you move on to that, can I ask a question following from the ones that you asked? Have you joined another union since you resigned from them?
Ukusukela ngexesha buphu uyeka inum. Ke ngoku uye wangena abalungu lomnye umbutho.
Ndiye ndangena ndayi AMCO.
I joined AMCO.
When did you join AMCO?
Ube lungu le AMCO nini?
Ndijoyine ngoDisemba.
I joined in December.
Why did you join AMCO?
Kutheni ke uye wabalilungu le AMCO?
Ukuba lilungu le AMCO into yokuba ndibethiwe yina.
I became an AMCO member because I was beaten up, assaulted by NAM.
When were you beaten up and assaulted by them?
Ubethwe inum.
Kwabethwa abasebenzi.
The workers were assaulted.
No, you said you were. You said, I joined AMCO because I was beaten up, assaulted by NUM. And when
And
were
it-
you beaten up and assaulted by NUM?
Xa uphendula uthi wena wabethwa inum. Impendulo onikele ngayo ozenayo leyo. Unjalo?
Kubethwe abantu abanjengam.
People like me were assaulted.
You say people like you were assaulted. So do I understand that when you said that you joined AMCO because you were beaten up and assaulted, you weren't expressing yourself correctly? You meant people like you were beaten up and assaulted. Is that correct?
Xa usithi wabethwa ke ngoku inam ufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi abantu abanjengawe babethwa inam into ithethayo leyo.
Ewe.
Yes.
If I write down people like me were assaulted, but I was not assaulted myself, will I be accurately recording your evidence?
Ukuba sithi uthi wena uzange ubethwe wena ubuqu kodwa bakwabetha abantu abanjengawe indlela ebeka ngayo leyo kubungqina into ethethayo leyo.
Injalo.
That is so.
Now, I can understand the reason you give for resigning from NUM, but you still haven't answered the question as to why you then joined AMCO.
Ulvile ke usivile isizathu sokuba kutheni ke ngokuphumile kwinum kodwa akakasivi isizathu sokuba ube lilungu lenum le AMCO kuba yintoni na.
Ukuba lilungu lenum lena sika le AMCO. Ndibonile ukuthi andinoba salunga kwinum kuba bendililungu layo ayinokwazi ukubetha kum kubetha abasebenzi abanjengam.
What made me see that I will not be suitable to be a member of NUM is because people like me were assaulted.
You still haven't answered the question. The question was, I can understand why that made you leave NUM. The question is, why did you then join AMCO?
Ufuna ukwazi uvile
You
ke
want to
izathu
answer that
sakho.
question?
Uthi nangwa ukamphendula usivile isizathu sakho sokuphuma kweNUM kodwa ukacacisa isizathu sakho sokuba ube lilungu leAMCO ba isizathu sokuba ube yilungu leAMCO ngesiphi sona.
Andiphinde.
Can you repeat?
I understand the reason you have given for leaving NUM. But the question that I've asked you is, why did you join AMCO?
Uyakuva xa ubeka isizathu sakho sokushiya inum ukuba yintoni na. Ufuna uqonda ke ngoku into yokuba kutheni isizathu naso sokuba ukhethe kuba lilungu leAMCO ngesiphi.
I see you pause and pull a face while you're thinking of your answer.
Can you repeat again?
I said, I see you paused and pulled a face while you're thinking of your answer. You want me to repeat the question for the third or fourth time? I'm happy to do so. Why did you join AMCO?
Uyakubona ke ungathi uthe wangathi uyama ngathi uyaphumla kancinci uzawuphinda phinda kaninzi lo mbuzo ufuna ukwazi isizathu sokuba ube lilungu le AMCU isizathu sakho sibe yintoni na.
Isizathu sokuba ndibe iAMCU ndiyasibeka kuba bendililungu leNAM sazobethwa yiNAM singabasebenzi.
I gave the reason why I joined AMCU, that I was a member of NAM, and after we were then attacked by NAM.
That's the reason for leaving NUM, but it's not necessarily a reason for then going on to an AMCU. There must be a reason, surely.
Eso sathu ke usibekayo sisathu sakho sokuphuma kwi-NUM, ayisisathu sokuba ube lilungu le-AMCU. Uthi kufuneka uba sikhona isisathu onaso sokuba uzibandakanye okanye ube lilungu le-AMCU.
Into edale into yokuba mandingene kwilungu leAMCU into yokuba andinokwazi ukuphindela kwinam kuba inam yile ndizawuthi xa ndiphinda kuyo iphinde indihlasele.
The reason why I joined AMCU is because as a NUM person I cannot be a member thereof, because if I then again, he says again, repeat, he says it then will attack me again.
If you repeat what?
Uthi xa uphinda ntoni?
Ndijoyina iNAM.
If I join NAM again,
And they'll attack you again.
bazakuhlasela
Why
kwakhona.
would NUM attack you because you rejoined them?
Yintoni ezakwenza ke uku bakuhlasele kakhona okanye bakubethe xa uphinda uba lilungu labo?
Uloyiko kum kuba kaloku bendiyinam.
It's the fear I have because I used to be a NUM member.
You know, you still haven't told me why you joined AMCU. I can understand you were unhappy with NUM because they attacked your fellow workers on the 11th of August, according to your evidence. But that's why you left NUM. I can understand that. But why did you join AMCU? You still haven't told me that. You know, there must have been a reason, surely.
Uthi ke-
Chairperson, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt the cross-examination, but I just want to explain that, you know, the kind of witness we're dealing with here, maybe the question should be simplified as to why he didn't join UASA or Solidarity or whatever, or why he did not remain unattached. Because to repeat the question 10 times is not going to elicit a different answer. He has given the reason in the indirect way of why he left NUM, and that seems to be, otherwise we're going to be here forever. I think we can.
Yes, I have no ambition of being here forever.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Bawumpofu ucela ubuzwe
said
ngenye
before, I
indlela
don't-
lombuso lowo.
Relish the idea of being an umpire in a timeless test.
Thank you, Chair.
But was there a particular reason why you joined AMCU?
Sikhona isizathu esithile ke onaso esisosona esikwenza into yoba ube lilungu le-AMCU.
Awuphinde Dave.
Can you repeat so that I can understand?
Well, after you left, after you resigned from NUM, you could either have remained a person who wasn't a member of a union at all, or you could have joined another union. Now, you clearly decided that you didn't want to remain someone who wasn't a member of a union at all. So you decided to join another union. So the first question is, why did you decide to join another union? as opposed to not being a member of a union at all?
Njengoba buchilo into kuba wawulilungu lombutho omanyano yabasebenzi. Ekuphumeni kwakho ke kumbutho lo wawulilungu lawo. Kutheni ke wawungahlali ungumuntu ongenambutho nje waye wakhetha into kuba kuzoba kumbutho oungenelayo kanye ubezoba lilungu la ozaba lilungu lawo na? Intoni le into bana bawufuna uba lilungu lombutho othile endaweni yoba uhlale ungenambutho?
Xa ndinokuhlala ndingenambutho andinoba nayo indlela yokuthi xa ndinetyala ndibe ndiyathetheleleka.
If I cannot affiliate to a union, there's no way that if I have a case that I can be defended.
So that's why you decided to join another union. The next question is, why did you then choose AMCU as the other union? Was there a particular reason for that?
Omnye umbuza ubuzayo ke ekubeni ube lilungu lombutho ongomnye intoni le yenza into ba mawukhethe iAMCU uba ube lilungu le AMCU nasisizathu?
Ndichaze.
Can I explain?
Yes, I'm asking you to explain.
When ndiyacela uba uchaze.
Xa ubethwe ngutata akho ekhaya
If you have been beaten up by your father at home,
uyakwazi uba udede kuye uhambe uzakhela inxiwa lakho ecaleni.
you are able to leave him by building your own hut aside, HUT.
You see, you weren't building your own hut, you were actually going to someone else's hut. Why did you choose that particular hut to go to?
Wena ke ubungazakheli elakho inxiwa ubungena kwinxiwa lomnye umuntu kutheni ke ukhethe elonxiwa lomnye omnye umuntu?
Kungoba ndifuna ukhusela.
Because I wanted protection.
Thank you, Mr. Mojapela. I'm sorry my intervention took longer than I expected, but I don't think I have to accept all the blame for that. Would you like to continue with your cross-examination?
Okay, Mr. Phatsha, why didn't you join Solidarity or UASA or another union?
Kutheni ke wawungazange mhlawumbi ufuna ukuba lilungu le mbutho lo we Solidarity okanye iUASA okanye omnye umbutho ongomnye?
Umuntu ungena apho acinge khona.
A person joins whatever he feels is right.
Okay, I'll leave this part and go to the 10th. You said you heard about the strike and joined it on the 10th. And how did you get to know about the strike?
Jemba uthe uye weva ke ngogwayimbulu waye waba ngomnye wabo babegwayimba nawe weva njani ngoluqhankqalazo?
Ndandiva ndibuhlungu ngokuba imali asiyifumani.
I was hurt because we were not receiving money, we were not getting money.
Yes, we will come to the money part. I just want to know, how did you know about the strike?
Ufuna uqonda into kuba ngubani uxelela kanye uve ngabani ke ngoluqhankqalazo?
Ndafumana ebasebenzini ama-RDO.
I got that from the RDOs, the employees.
Okay, where did they tell you about the strike? Was it at your workplace or at the home?
Ngeli xesha babekuxelela ngoluqhankqalazo wawusemsebenzini okanye wawusekhaya?
bendingekho emsebenzini bendise kukhwini.
I was not at my workplace. I was in the shanty.
So they informed you about the strike at your place of residence?
Baxelela ke ngolu qhankqalazo ukule ndawo wawuhlala kuyo.
Ewe.
Yes.
Okay. How many people came to your place to inform you about the strike?
Abantu ke abaza kuwe kule ndawo ohlala kuyo bazokuxelela ngolu qhankqalazo babe bangaphi inani?
Yayibabantu ababezihambela nasendleleni kuba xa usiva umuntu ethetha phaya uya usabele kodwa ungazimiselanga ngalonto.
It was just the people who were passing in the street. When you overhear people talking, you respond to that.
Okay. What did they say to you exactly about the strike?
Amazwi ke abawathetha kuwe ngolu qhankqalazo bathini bona?
Kwathiwa kuyocelwa imali emlungwini 12,500.
It was said that a demand of 12,500 rands would be made to the employer, which he refers to as Mulungu.
Okay. Is that the only thing that they told you about the strike?
Iyo qha into abaxelelayo ngoqhankqalazo leyo. Iyo yodwa into abayithethayo leyo.
Ewe.
Yes.
Okay. And then, now that you know that the demand is for money, that is salaries, didn't you tell them that you belong to a union?
Ngenxa yoba wawuva into yoba babethe bafuna imali, zange ubaxelele into yoba wena ukho umbutho olilungu lawo?
Zange ndibaxelele.
I never told them.
Did you have any problems with the salary that you were receiving at the time?
Ngela xesha ke wawunengxaki ngale mali wawuyamkela ngela xesha?
Ndandinengxaki enkulu.
I had a very big problem.
Okay. And then your union at the time was NUM. Did you inform them about your problems with your salaries?
Ngenxa yokuba ngela xesha wawululungu lenum waxelela ilum na into yokuba unengxaki ngalo mvuzo wawufumana?
Zange ndiyixelele.
I never told them.
Is there any reason for not approaching your union about your salary concerns?
Sikhona isizathu naso sokungayi kumbutho wakho ngengxaki onazo kanye onazo ngomvuzo wakho? Unesizathu sokungayenzi lonto leyo?
Kunengxaki yokuba kudala iminyaka le sikhala ngemali kwinum.
There is a problem. For years, we've been complaining to NUM about money, but we have not been receiving that money.
You complained yourself to NUM. Is that what you're saying?
Said we. It wasn't necessarily himself, but perhaps you can clarify what he means by we.
Okay. Oh, you said you, as a group, complained to NUM about your salaries.
Uthi ayinguwe wedwa kodwa nina nibaninzi nini abanikhalaza ngemivuzo yenu ngemali kweNUM. Into ithethayo leyo?
Yes.
Ewe.
Okay. And then when was this?
Iyenzeka nini lonto?
Onphinde.
Can you repeat?
When did you complain to NUM as a group about your salaries?
Nakhalaza nini kwiNUM ngemali okanye ngemivuzo yenu?
Ndike ndathi kwaye kukudala kuneminyaka sikhalazela imali.
I said It has been long. It's been years. We've been complaining about money.
Okay, this complaint, was it to the shop steward or to the regional office or to which office?
Ezi zikhalazo zenu nanizixela i-shop steward okanye i-regional office okanye nanizisaphi na izikhalazo zenu.
Sasiqala kuma-chaff steward.
We were first approaching the shop stewards.
Sorry, Chairperson, I think the union, rather, the witness said, did not say shop steward. I don't want to say what he said, so that I'm not suggesting the answer.
Let's ask the question again. Whom did you first approach?
Naniqala
Complain about the salaries?
xa ninengxaki ke ngoku nikhalaza ngemali naniqala kubani kuqala?
Andinokwazi uba uqalwa kubani kuba mna bendingabazi kwa abantu kuthethwa nabo phaya kwinasika kwi-office yenam.
I cannot tell as to who was the first person to be approached because I didn't even know in the office of NAM the person, the relevant person to approach.
Can we talk about you, Mr. Phatsha? Have you ever complained to anyone about your salary, including your union?
Masithethe ngawe ke bawo. Wena kukhona umuntu oke wakhalaza ngaye kuye ngomvuzo wakho okanye kumbutho wakho. Uke waya ngaphambili wasisikhalazo sakho ngemba wemali?
Azange ndiye.
I never went and did that.
You never even approached your shop stewards?
Zange uke uye nakwi-shop stewards zakho.
I-chaff steward besithetha nazo zisemgodini.
We would talk to the shop stewards in the mine.
No, Chair, I'm sorry, okay, now I have no choice. The witness for the second time has said shaft steward, and the answer is translated as shop steward. I just didn't want to say it because it would have looked like I'm suggesting the answer.
You heard what Mr. Mpofu says. I can understand shaft steward sounds very close to shop steward, but I must say it sounded to me as if the second time certainly, he said shaft steward. Do you agree?
I want to say I didn't hear that correctly. I thought perhaps you were saying shop steward, even initially, but I can agree. I can agree, Commissioner.
So we can move forward now on the basis that an approach was first made to the shaft stewards. Right. And why worried about it? You say you didn't make the approach yourself, but did you know that some of your colleagues, some of your fellow RDOs, were making such an approach to the shaft stewards?
Nakuba yayingasinguwe ke obusiya kwi-shaft steward uyo uthetha nazo, uyabazi ke aba be-RDO ababesiya bayokuthetha kunye ne-shaft steward?
Ngokuba i-RDO zininzi, zange ndibe nakubala uba ngubani nabani oyileyo.
Because there are many RDOs, I never counted as to who went there.
Okay. I get the impression that you did not get any satisfaction from NUM, your union. Did you then decide to raise this issue yourself?
Uyabona ke ngoku into yokuba naningaxoliswa yinum, uye wathatha isigqibo sokuba le nto ke ngoku wena uyise phambili ngokwakho, uyigqithisele phambili ngokwakho.
Kukuva ubuhlungu kwamsebenzi ndiwusebenzayo.
It's because of the pain that is as a result of the kind of work I am doing.
Okay. So you decided to take this matter the salary issue to the employer without the union.
So ngoko nagqibela ekubeni lo mba ke niwugqithisele ngaphambili kumqeshi ningafaki manyano zabasebenzi.
Andiva kakuhle.
I don't hear well.
You said you complained to the union without satisfaction about the salaries. Now what I want to know is that, was it your decision to take this matter to the employer without the involvement of the union?
Uthi ngenxa yokubana ningaxoli indlela eyayiqhuba ngayo imanyano yezabasebenzi naye ke ngokunathatha isigqibo into yokuba nina ngokunokwenu isikhalazo senu nizasigqithisela phambili ningafaki i-union nizawuzenzela ngokwenu.
Injalo.
That is so.
Okay. Those, because you said you joined the strike on the 10th after being told, do you know what happened to those who did not join the strike, those who decided to go to work?
Ngenxa yokuba weva ke ngoqhankqalazo waze wathatha isigqibo sokuba nawe nge-10 uzawulingenela lo qhankqalazo elo. Uyayazi into yoba kwenzeka ntoni ngabantu babephangela bona besiya emsebenzini ababengazange bazibandakanye noqhankqalazo olo?
Andazi.
I don't know.
Okay. Then let's go to the march on the 11th, the march to the NUM offices. How did you get to know about this march to the union offices?
Masithethe ke ngoku ngalo mngcelele abantu babewubambile nge-11 besiya kwi-office zenum. Weva wayifumana phi ingxelo inkcazelo lokubana kubanjwe umngcelele kuyiwa phaa kwi-office zenum ngalamhla?
Sasidibene singama-RDO uba sizawuya siyofika kwinam siyobuza uba ngaba bamvaleleni nomlungu bangathethi nathi.
We had met as RTOs and then decided that we would approach NUM and ask them as to why have they stopped the employer from talking to us.
Okay. When was this meeting to prepare to go to the NUM offices? When did this meeting take place?
Le ntlanganiso ke ngoku apho kwathatha isigqibo sokuba kuzayiwa kwi-office zenum yabanjwa nini lo ntlanganiso leyo?
Ukubuya kwethu lapha kumqeshi.
After we left the employer.
Okay. That is the day before, on the 10th.
Into eyenzekeleyo nge-10.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. After this NUM march, you say in your statement that you simply went home. Was there anyone from NUM chasing you when you went home?
Uthi ke emva kwalo bani kukho lo match le wahamba waya ekhaya wagoduka. Ngeli xesha wagoduka kukho abantu benum ababekuleqa na abanye babenileqa?
Ungayiphi date ngoko?
Which date was that?
On the 11th of August, you said there was a march to the NUM offices to ask the NUM official why are they stopping the employer from talking to you. I want to know that after the march, when you went home, was there any NUM official chasing you?
You mean them as a group or particularly? Okay. Thank you. Ufuna uqonda.
You in English is ambiguous. It could either be thou in the singular or you in the plural. So I think you must make it clear. Because I take it in Easy also there is a distinction between second person singular and second person plural.
I'll do that.
Into afuna uyiqonda ke ummeli into yokuba njengokuba ke ngalamhla we-level nanibuya pha kula match ngeli xesha ugoduka wena ke ubuqo uke waleqwa ngabantu benumna into afuna iqonda leyo.
abantu ababefikile ababesiya kwi-office yenum kwevakala isithonga sesibhamu xa ndisiya ndajika endleleni xa bebuya.
The people had marched to the offices of NUM, and there was a gunshot. By then, I was going by, and the people at that time were on their way back. They were returning.
Yes, you say in your statement that you went home, you left and you went home. What I want to know is you, yourself, not the group. Were you being chased by any of the NUM officials?
Uthi ke wena emva koko kwalomncelele waye wagoduka. Into afuna uyiqonda xa ebuza wena ubuqo into yokuba ngeli xesha wawugoduka wawuleqwa ngabantu benum ngela xesha na ugoduka usiye ekhaya.
Aye ndingaleqwa.
I was not chased.
Okay. Were you moving freely, walking freely in the streets towards your home?
Wawuzihambela nje ukhululekile usiya endlini.
Ndandikhululekile ngohlobo lokuba ndandingaleqwa.
I was free in the sense that I was not being chased.
You did not have any weapons with you?
Wawungaziphethanga sixhobo kuwe?
Ndandingaphethanga sixhobo.
I was not carrying any weapons.
Okay, and then you say after that, that is after the 11th. The following day is the 12th. You said for the following 3 days you went to the mountain occasionally to check on the progress.
Uthi ke ukususela ke nge-12 nezinye iintsuku ezintathu ezilandelayo wawumane usiya pha entabeni uyowubona into yoba kuqhubeka ntoni kwenzeka ntoni.
Ndandimane ndisiya ndiphinde ndihambe ndendlini.
Yes, I would go there and then go back home.
Okay. On the 12th, when you went to the mountain, did you have any weapons with you?
Ngeli xesha ke wawusiya entabeni nge-12 wawuphethe izixhobo?
Ndandingaphathanga sixhobo.
I was not carrying weapons.
What progress were you going to check in the mountain?
Xa usithi wawuyojonga pha entabeni ba kwenzeka ntoni into le wawufuna ukwazi ngayo ba kuqhubeka ntoni?
Kungoba ndandingenanjongo zanto.
Because I was not having any intentions.
Okay, you said you were going to check progress. I want to know what progress were you going to check at the mountain?
Njembu sithi ke xa uya pha entabeni uyowujonga into yobana ngokuba manxayiphi kuqhubekeka ntoni wawufuna uqonda uba kuqhubeka wawufuna ujonga uba kuqhubeka ntoni ngantoni into le wawufuna uqonda uba kuqhubeka ntoni ngayo.
Ndandingenanto ndiyijongileyo.
There was nothing in particular.
Did you participate on the march of the 12th of August? That is the march that was from the mountain to the NUM offices?
Wawukho ke nawe kula mncelelo wawubanjiwe apho kwakusukwa entabeni kusiwa kwi-ofisi zenum nge-12 wawukho nawe apho?
Ndandingekho.
I was not there.
What time did you arrive on the mountain on the 12th?
Ufuna ukwazi into yokuba phaya entabeni ngomhla we-12 wafika ngabani ixesha wena?
Ndafika late sekurhatyele.
I arrived late after sunset.
You went to the mountain on the 12th after sunset.
Waye entabeni sekurhatyele nge-12.
Yeah.
Yes.
Were there still people there at the mountain?
Babesekhona abantu ngelo xesha phaa entabeni.
Babesekhona abanye sebehambile.
There were people, but the others had left.
Okay. What report did they give you about what happened on the 12th?
Bathi kuwe xa ufika phaa ba kwenzeke ntoni ngalamhla nge-12.
Zange ndibuze mntu.
I never inquired from anyone.
Mr. Phatsha, you say in your statement that the reason for going to the mountain was to check on any progress. On the 12th, you were at the mountain. At that time, you didn't ask any question on what happened on that day?
Ngenxa babutshilo into yokuba bumane ukuya phaa ufuna uqonda ukuba kuqhubeka ntoni. Uthi ke ngoku ngeli xesha uye phaa nge-12 ka-August zange ubuze mntu uba kuqhubeka ntoni na.
Zange nditsho uba ndandiyokuqonda uba kuqhubeka ntoni.
I never said I was there to check the progress.
You said that you went on the
Chairperson,
12th.
once again, I'm sorry, the translation is just, what the interpreter has said is, which means what is going on. And the witness is talking about something completely, or rather the questioner.
Let me ask a question then.
Yes, thank you.
I hope will avoid the difficulties to which you
Yes,
refer.
for the progress is in Kubela Pambil.
You said that you went to the Kopi on the 12th, 13th and 14th in order to check on progress.
Uthi wawusiya phaa kwikopi nge-12 nange-13 nange-14 uyokubona ke ngoku inkqubela phambili leyo.
So I take it that that means that on the 12th, when you got there after sunset, you
Zange
spoke to the
ndiye
people who were
yonke
there.
imihla ndaya nge-15.
I didn't go there every day. I only went there on the 15th.
But you told us earlier that you went on the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th, but you said you only stayed for a short time.
Utshilo ke ngaphambili wathi busiya phaa nge-12 nange-13 nange-14 nange-15 kodwa wawungahlali ixesha lide apho.
And you said you went to check on any progress.
Uthi uye wayokujonga into yoba ikhona inkqubela phambili ekhoyo na.
Now, that's what you said. Are you changing? Do you now say that that's incorrect? That that's not what happened?
Ngamanye amazwi uthi loo nto ayinjalo ayile nto yenzekileyo leyo zange yenzeke ngolo hlobo.
No.
No.
So what are you saying? Do you admit that you went there on the 12th in order to check on any progress? Is that what do you confirm that that's correct? Because that's what you said before.
Uthi ke ngoku ayinjalo loo nto wawungayojonga into yoba inkqubela phambili ngintoni na kwenzeka ntoni.
Awuphinde futhi.
Can you repeat? Sorry, Commissioner. Sorry, Commissioner. I also have a problem with this word if I have to give a direct translation of progress, because if I don't try and simplify and tell him if he was there to find out at what, how far were things, what was happening, because that's how I put it in Xhosa. Because if I say inkqubela phambili, it will perhaps confuse him. So that
Let's take 2 steps back. You went on the 12th after sunset, is that right? To the Kopi.
waya ke emva korhatya sekungorhatya nge-12 phaa entabeni kunjalo.
Yeah.
Ewe
Why did you go?
isizathu sakho sokuya phaa yayintoni?
What purpose?
Yayintoni isizathu sokuya kwakho phaya?
Kungoba kunabasebenzi abapha.
Because there were workers who were there.
But why did you go there? You see, in your statement that you made, which you confirmed to be correct, you said, I did not observe anything, paragraph 5, I did not observe anything of significance in the following 3 days, since I was only coming to the mountain occasionally to check on any progress without spending much time there. So is that why you went to the Kopi? To check on any progress?
Into
That's
yenzileyo
to
ke
be
kwintetho
translated
yakho
into easy Xhosa.
isikuthiwa kwistatement sakho ne into ithethayo uthi ke ngoku kwezinye iintsuku ezintathu wawumane usiya kodwa wawungahlali ixesha lide uthi isizathu sakho wawufuna ujonga inkqubela phambili ukuba kumanqayiphi injalo loo nto leyo into itshoyo kwintetho yakho leyo.
Awundiphinde ndive.
Can you repeat so I can understand?
Let me read you paragraph 5 of the statement that you made, which you confirmed is correct. You said, I did not observe anything of significance in the following 3 days. That means the 12th, 13th, and 14th. I did not observe anything of significance in the following 3 days. Translate it piece by piece. So translate that bit first. I repeat it. I did not observe anything of significance in the following 3 days. That's to say, the 12th, 13th, and 14th.
Into itshoyo apha kwistatement sakho uthi wena zange ubone into ingakho ebalulekileyo ke kweza ntsuku zintathu zazilandelelana wawusitsho ke ubhekisa kwi-12 nange-13 nange-14.
The statement continues, since I was only coming to the mountain occasionally,
uthi ngenxa yokuba wawusiya phaa entabeni ngamaxesha athile
to check on any progress without spending much time there.
uyokujonga ke inkqubela phambili okanye kumanqayiphi apho kodwa uthi nangona wawungachithi ixesha lininzi apho.
That was the statement that you confirmed is correct.
Yintetho yenzileyo ovumelene nayo into yoba yonke into elapha inyaniso.
Now, let's concentrate for the moment on the 12th, the first day you went to the Kopi.
Masigxininise apha kulo mhla ke ngoku we-12 ngale mini yokuqala wena wathi waya ngayo phaa kwikopi.
You say you went there after sunset, and there were people there, but the others had left. That's what you told us. Is that right?
Uthi ngeli xesha ke nge-12 wawusiya phaa entabeni waya kungorhatya abanye abantu babesebehambile kodwa kukhona abantu babesele into ithethayo leyo.
Yeah.
Yes.
If what you told us in your statement is correct, and you went there to check on any progress, I take it you must have asked someone you found there, well, what progress has there been? What's happened today? Would that be a fair assumption?
Ukuba nyani ke isizathu sakho sokuya phaa kwakufuna ukwazi inkqubela phambili okanye kwenzeke ntoni na into kwafuneka yenzekile xa ufika phaa yaye kuba kubekho umuntu ombuzayo into yokuba bamanqayiphi okanye kwenzeka ntoni injalo loo nto leyo.
Zange ndibe nalo ixesha lokubuza.
I never had time to ask.
Did you ask any question of anybody there when you got to the Kopi?
Ngeli xesha wafika phaa entabeni kukhona umuntu wambuza umbuzo.
Azange ndibuze mntu.
I never asked any person.
Why didn't you have time to ask?
Kutheni nje wawungenaxesha lokubuza?
Ndandingenampilo kakuhle apha kum.
I was not feeling well.
How long did you stay there?
Wahlala apho ixesha elingakanani?
Ndahlala kancinci ndaphinde ndemka ndaya endlini.
I spent a short time and after what I went home.
How long approximately did you spend on the Kopi?
Singathi ke wahlala ixesha elingakanani phaa entabeni?
ndiyaqonda uba iphaya kwi-5 minutes or 6 minutes.
Could be between 5 and 6 minutes.
And how many people were on the copy when you got there?
Ngeli xesha wawufika phaya entabeni, abantu babephaya babe bangaphi?
Babe banintsana bengabanintsanga khona.
There were quite a number, but not too many.
How many approximately? Can you
Xa
give us
uthekelela
an
ungathi
estimation?
babe bangaphi?
Ngapha ko 10, 20.
Could be between 10 to 20.
And can you give us the names of any of the 10 or 20 people whom you saw there?
Ungasinika ke amagama abo bantu by 10 okanye by 20 babe lapho.
Ngokuba abantu ababephaya ingabo bantu baseVenercorp abandibaziyo.
Yayingabo.
Yayiba abantu abadibeneyo njengamaxa sizigroup ngegroup ngokusebenza.
The commissioner, before I interpret this one, there is something he said that I did not hear clearly that I would like him to repeat. Ndicela ubuza uthi kwakukho abantu pha baseVenercorp owawubazi okanye wawungabazi.
Ndandingabazi.
I got the clarity, Your Wish, Commissioner. He says because there were people from Vonderkop that I did not know, and the people, in fact, they had mixed, they had intermingled there. That's what he says.
Yes, but you still haven't answered the question. I take it the people there were RDOs, were they?
Uthi uzothatha ukubana abantu babephayana zi-RDO, injalo lonto.
Kunjalo.
That is so.
Were there any RDOs from Eastern Platinum?
Phaya ke ngoku entabeni kuzazikhona i-RDO zase-Eastern Platinum.
Zazikhona ntona amagama azo ndiwazi.
They were there, but I don't know their names.
Don't you work at Eastern Platinum?
Awusebenzi e-Eastern Platinum.
Ndisebenza Eastern.
I work at Eastern.
There were colleagues of yours whose names you don't know, is that right?
Bekukho kwakukho pha ogxa bakho sebenza nabo kodwa amagama abo awazi into itshoyo leyo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And were there people from Korea there as well?
Babekhona nabantu baseKariye phaya.
Babekhona bonke abantu abasebenza ama-RDO ase Lonmin.
All the RTOs from Lonmin were there.
Well, all the RDOs from Lonmin couldn't have been there because there are several thousand RDOs, but most of the others weren't there. There were only 10 or 20. But you said the 10 or 20 were RDOs. Do you mean there were RDOs from all the shafts?
Bebengenawukwazi uba babephe bonke ngoba abanye babesebehambile. Ngoba busiwutshilo into yoba kwakusele mhlawumbi abantu esingathi bayi-10 okanye bayi-20 ne. Ufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi abantu babephaya yayizi-RDO abasebenza kwi-shaft ezahlukeneyo.
Injalo.
That is so.
So there were RDOs from Korea as well?
Ne-RDO zaseKariye zazikhona nazo apho.
Ngokuba ndingazazi i-RDO zaseKariya ndizothi zazikhona.
Just because I don't know the RDOs from Korea, I will just say they were there.
Did you recognize none of the people? Did you not recognize any of the people who were on the copy when you got there on the evening of the 12th of August?
Ngela xesha ke ngwawupha kwentabeni nge-12 kaAugust zange ubone bantu obaziyo?
Hayi ngokuba sibaninzi.
No, because we were many.
There were only 10 or 12, 10 or 20.
Nokuba abantu babe baninzi ngabantu abayi-10 okanye beyi-20.
What's your answer to that?
Kwakugcwele ngaloo mini.
There was a crowd on that day.
No, but when you got there on the evening of the 12th, after sunset, you already told us that the others had left, to use the word you used, this phrase you used, and there were only about between 10 and 20 people.
uthi abanye babesehambile babe ngaphakathi ko-10 ne-20.
Are you telling us that you weren't able to recognize any one of that group, which was a group between 10 and 20 people?
Uthi phakathi kwabantu bayi-10 okanye bayi-20 zange ubone bantu owababonayo uba uyabazi?
Hayi.
No.
Was Mambush not there?
Umambushi wayengekho yena phaya.
Wayengekho.
He was not there.
And now, you told us that you went there, according to your statement, to check on any progress. Do you still say that, or do you withdraw that statement?
Uthi isizathu sakho sokuya pha wawufuna ujonga inkqubela phambili ukuba kumanxayiphi ngoku imeko. Usayithetha loo nto leyo okanye loo mazwi lawo uyawarhoxisa?
Awuphinde?
Can you repeat?
Yes, with pleasure. You told us that you went there to check on any progress. That's what you told us before. Do you still say that, or do you withdraw that statement?
Uthi waya pha ngesizathu sokubona inkqubela phambili uba kumanxayiphi ngoku. Usayithetha loo nto okanye loo mazwi ubuwathethile uyawarhoxisa?
Okay, awuphinde?
Can you repeat?
You told us in your statement that you went to the copy to check on any progress. Do you still say that, or do you withdraw that statement?
Uthi waya pha entabeni uyowujonga inkqubela phambili ngamanye amazwi uba kumanxaphi imeko. Usatsho nangoku uba wawuyokwenza loo nto leyo okanye loo mazwi wathethileyo uyawarhoxisa, awusatsho?
Apho kudityenwe khona ngabasebenzi fanelekile uba ndiye.
Where workers gather, I have to go.
You know, does that mean that you now say that you didn't go to check on progress when you went there on the evening of the 12th?
Ngoku ke uthi ngotya wawusiya nge-12 ngalamhla wawungayanga uyowujonga inkqubela phambili okanye kumanxaphi imeko enjani?
Ukujonga kwakufanelekile uba ndiye ndiyojonga.
Checking, I had to go and check.
To check what?
Uyowujonga ntoni?
Ukuba ngaba umlungu ufikile na uba azosiphendula.
I'm asking him to repeat the answer. Ndicela uphendule ke uku uphinde kakhona lento ugqiba uyithetha.
Ndandiyosabela uba umlungu ngaba ufikile na wazophendula.
I went to inquire as to whether the employer had arrived and then with an answer.
On the 12th of August, when you went there.
Into wayibuza xa ufika pha nge-12 ka-August leyo.
Ndabuza andaphenduleka ngulo mntu ndandibuza kuye.
I did ask, but the person from whom I was asking did not answer me.
Now, this was Sunday the 12th. Did you expect the employer to come to the copy on the 12th with an answer?
Pha ke ngoku nge-12 wawulindele into yokuba umlungu aze nempendulo.
Injalo.
That is so.
Now, you see, on the 12th, there was a march to the NUM office. According to the evidence, attempts were made to enter the NUM office because the windows were damaged. On the same day, according to what we've been told, there was an engagement, if that's the correct word, with security guards who were working for Lonmin, two of whom were killed. Now, were you told nothing about that when you went to the Kopi on the evening of the 12th? That had happened, those things had happened during the day?
Kuthiwa ke ngalamhla we-12 kwabanjwa abaqhankqalaza umnxelele beye phaa kwiofisi nombe senza inzame zoba bangene kuye ke kwanakala kunye kuphuka neefestile apho. Uthi ke kwaye kwabakho ungquzulwano ke phakathi kwabantu kunye noonogada apho oonogada ababini baye baphulukana nobomi babo. Ngeli xesha uye phaa nge-12 zange uyiva into enjalo?
Into the information
zange
before us,
ndiyive into enjalo.
I never heard about such a thing.
the vehicle was also burnt. One of the security guards was, according to what the police have said, was hacked to death and burnt with the vehicle.
Into
You
eyenzekayo
weren't told anything
kwakhona
about that?
kwaxhaxhwa omnye wonogada nemoto yaze yatshiswa. Waxhaxhwa wasweleka lo nogada lowo.
According to what the police have told us, 2,000 to 3,000 protesters marched to NIM's office at about 10:30 that Sunday morning. They were stopped by the mine security.
Kuingxelo yamapolisa bathi xa bechazayo
Mr. Interpreter, I'm
abaqhankqalazi.
sorry to interrupt you. I'm reading from Exhibit L, slide 25. So if that could be shown to you, it might be easier for you.
I got it, Commissioner.
Right. So what we were told is that 2,000 to 3,000 protesters marched to NIM's office at about 10:30 on Sunday the 12th, and they were stopped by the mine security.
Uthi ke ingxeleso evela kumapolisa into eyenzeka ngexala emva kwensimbi yeshumi kuthiwa abaqhankqalazi ababengaphakathi kwamabini kuya kwamathathu babamba umngcelele besiya kwiofisi zeNUM kodwa bamiswa ngonogada basemayini.
The mine security shot rubber bullets, but 2 guards were isolated, hacked to death and set alight.
Uthi ke xa bechazayo apha onogada abake ngokuba semayini badubula ngembumbulu zerabha. Ababini babo baze bahlukaniswa caleni bagetyengwa baze basweleka batshiswa nokutshiswa.
And 2 security vehicles were torched and 2 shotguns and ammunition were taken.
Kuthiwa imoto ezimbini zonogada zatshiswa nemibhaxa emibini nembumbulu zathathwa.
Now, none of those things were told to you.
Ezi zinto ke uzigqibo ufundwa apha zona
You
zange
were told
uzixelele.
nothing, is that what you say?
Zange uzive izinto ezigqibo uzifunda apha.
Ndeva.
I heard, Commissioner. Weva ntoni?
Eva kuthiwa kukho abantu abalimeleyo.
I heard that there are people who got injured.
Did you hear that on the evening of the 12th of August when you went to the Kopi?
Wayiva loo nto ngoba busuku wawuye phaa entabeni nge-12.
Ndayiva endleleni ndingafikanga entabeni.
I heard that on my way. I had not yet arrived on the Kopi.
From whom did you hear it?
Waxelelwa ngubani?
Ngabantu ababethetha behamba endleleni kuba ngoku na andizuthi ngubani.
I cannot say so and so said this, but it was said by the people who were walking on the road.
when you went to the copy, did you then ask the people there about what you'd been told, whether anyone could give you any further information?
Kalendo ke wayivayo ekufikeni kwakho pha entabeni wake wabuza abanye abantu uba bayingqinisise lento uyivileyo na.
Zange ndibe nambuzo.
I never had any question.
Are you curious to know who'd been injured?
Wawungafuni ke ukwazi into yoba kwenzeke ntoni na.
Ukuva nokubona akufanani.
Seeing and hearing are different things.
That's the question. The question was, weren't you curious to hear who had been injured?
Wawungatshiseki wena ufuna ukwazi ukuba kubani lo wenzakeleyo.
Ngokuba ndandingekho mandi zandingakhanuki ukuthetha namntu.
Because I was not feeling well, I didn't want to talk to anyone.
So if you weren't feeling well and you didn't want to talk to anybody, why did you then go to the copy?
Ukuba wawungaziva kamnandi ungafuni uthetha namntu, kutheni ke ngoku uyile pha entabeni?
Kukumamela nje ngendlebe ndingazi kwenza nto ngalonto.
It was just for me to hear with my ears, though there's nothing I was going to do about that.
Did you hear with your ears when you got there?
Yintoni ke le wayiva ngendlebe zakho xa ufika phaya?
Ukuva uba kuthiwa kukho abantu abalimeleyo.
I heard that there are people who got injured.
Anything else?
Ikhona enye into wayivayo?
Ayikho.
No, nothing.
Mr. Mutupelo, I'm sorry I intervened in your cross-examination. Perhaps you would wish to continue.
Thank you. This person that you had talking to you, did he tell you, I mean, this person told you about that the 2 security guards that were killed that day? On the 12th?
Lo mntu ke wayethetha nawe wakuxelela into yokuba kukhona ogada ababini ababulawayo ngalamini.
Ndeva.
I heard.
Okay. And did he also tell you that you must now start protecting yourself against NUM?
Wakuxelela nokuba ngoku kufanele niqale uzikhusela kwinum ngoku.
Azangatsho.
He never said that.
Okay. Did he also tell you that there is a traditional doctor on the mountain?
Wakuxelela ke nokuba kukho ixhwele elipha entabeni?
Hayi zange ndixelele loo nto.
No, I was never told about that.
Did he tell you who were the leaders on the mountain?
Wakuxelela ke into yokuba pha entabeni inkokheli yayingobani?
Zange ndixelele ngaloo nto.
I was never told anything about that.
Okay. Did he tell you that whatever happens or is said on the mountain is not going to be repeated elsewhere?
Wathi kuwe na into ezithethwe entabeni azithethwa kwezinye indawo azophinda zithethwe kwezinye indawo?
Zange ndiyive loo nto.
I never heard that.
Is there any reason why today you don't want to tell us what happened on the mountain on the 12th?
Unaso isizathu naso sokungafuna usixelela into yokuba kwenzeke ntoni pha entabeni?
Uphinde?
Can you repeat?
Is there any special reason why you don't want to tell us what happened on the mountain on the 12th?
Sikhona isizathu naso esenza into yokuba ungafuna usixelela into yokuba kwenzeke ntoni pha entabeni nge-12?
Asikho.
There is no reason.
No one has said to you or to the people on the mountain that whatever happens on the mountain should not be repeated elsewhere?
Akho muntu wathi into ezithethwa pha entabeni afuneka ngazamisa uphindwa kanye sithethe kwezinye indawo kakhona. Akho muntu wathetha into enjalo.
azange ndiyive loo nto.
Never heard about that.
Okay. Why is it difficult for you to just give us one name of one of the 20 people that you found on the mountain on the 12th?
Yintoni ke ngoku ekwenza kuba kube nzima kuwe into yokuba uzosinika noba ligama lomntu omnye nje owaye pha entabeni ngalamini?
Kungoba ndingabazi bonke abantu papa ababe pha.
Because I don't know everyone, all the people were there.
Okay. I'm not asking for the names of all the people, just one of them.
Akacela uba umnika amagama wobonke abantu, uthi omnye kuphela nje.
Andibazi abantu bebe pha ukuba sasidibene siyinqobi.
I don't know the people who were there. We had gathered there and then we had mixed.
Who were the leaders on the mountain on the 12th?
Ngomhla we-12 pha entabeni inkokheli yayingobani?
Inkokheli andinawuzazi uba yayingobani amagama wazo.
I don't know the names of the leaders.
Mr. Phatsha, are you going to help us by telling us anything that you know about what happened on the mountain on the 12th?
Uzawusinceda na Bawo Phatsha ngokusixelela ngento ezenzeke pha entabeni nge-12? Uzawusinceda ngaloo nto?
Andinolinceda ngento endingayaziyo.
I cannot assist you in something that I do not know.
Mr. Phatsha, if you were shown photographs of some of the people, would you be able to identify those persons who were the leaders on the mountain?
Ukuba unganikwa imifanekiso ke yabantu ungakwazi ukubolatha uthi aba yayizinkokheli phaya, zizo ezinkokheli, ba ungabonisa imifanekiso yabantu?
Andinokwazi ke kanjalo.
I cannot do that in that fashion.
Okay. Let's go to the next day, the 13th of August. What time did you arrive at the mountain on the 13th of August?
Masiye ke ngoku kolusuku umhla we-13. Wafika ngabani ixesha entabeni nge-13 ka-August wena?
Zange ndide ndifike.
I had never arrived at the mountain.
Okay. Before we go to the 13th of August, you said you arrived on the 12th after sunset. Do you know whether there were people sleeping on the mountain?
Uthi ke wafika ke sekungorhatya nge-12 pha entabeni. Kukho ulwazi onalo ngabantu mhlawumbe babelala pha entabeni?
Andibazi abantu bebelala entabeni ba sasifika sekugcwele.
I don't know the people who were sleeping on the mountain because on our arrival he says kugcwele would be full, meaning there would be many people.
On yesterday, there was a picture shown to you of naked people washing in the open field. And your comment was that if somebody has not slept at home, he will wash themselves out in the field. Do you remember that?
Izolo ke uyabonisa imifanekiso yabantu ababihambaze. Impendulo oye wanikela ngayo apha uthe wena xa umuntu engavasanga kwakhe uyakwazi ukuba avase ahlambe ethafeni. Usayikhumbula loo nto?
Ngiyikhumbula.
I remember that.
Are these people who were washing themselves there the people who were sleeping on the mountain?
Aba bantu ke babehlamba pha ngabantu babelele entabeni?
abantu ababehlamba phaya babehlamba ndingabazi noba balele noba balalanga.
The people who bathed there, I don't know whether they had slept there or not.
Are these the people that you found when you went to the mountain after sunset on the 12th?
Ngabantu bafumene bephaya ke ekufikeni kwakho ngorhatya nge-12 pha entabeni ngabantu bafumeneyo abaya.
Unoba babo abantu ababehlamba phaya abo babelele phaya kuba mna ndahamba ndabachiya pha.
I've missed the first part of this answer. Can I ask him to repeat, Commission? Ndicela uphinde le ndawo apho uqale khona khange ndikuve kakuhle, ndicela uphindule le mpendulo obugqiba uyinikezela.
Ndithi kunoba babantu ababelele phaya ababehlamba kuba ndafika ndaphinde ndahamba ndabachiya pha.
Maybe the people who were bathing there are the people who had slept there, because I just arrived and immediately left.
Okay. Let's go to the 13th.
Masiye ke kulo mhla we-13.
What time did you arrive at the mountain on the 13th?
Ngalamhla ke we-13 wafika ngabani ixesha pha entabeni?
Ndandisaya ndaphinde ndajika endleleni.
I turned on my way there. I turned back.
What time was it when you turned back?
Ngeli xesha ujika ke endleleni yayingubani ixesha?
Andisaqapheli ixesha uba yayingubani.
I never looked as to what time it was.
Okay. Was it in the afternoon or was it in the morning?
Kwakukusasa okanye kwakusemva kwemini?
Akusemva kwemini.
It was in the afternoon.
Okay. Did you hear that some of your fellow strikers went to K3 shaft that day?
Wayivana into yokuba abanye ke ogqabakho ababeqhankqalaza baya kwishaft le K3 ngalamini?
Ndeva.
I heard.
Okay. And did you hear that on their way back from the shaft, there was a commotion with the police where 2 police officers were killed?
Uyazi into yokuba endleleni ebuya apho ke ngoku kwabakho ungquzulwano kunye namapolisa apho amapolisa amabini athi asweleka khona?
Zange ndiva.
I never heard.
You were never told that the 2 police officers died on the 13th?
Zange uxelela into yokuba amapolisa amabini asweleka nge-13?
Hayi.
No.
Okay. This person that told you that the strikers have gone to K3 shaft, are you going to tell us his name?
Lo mntu waxelela into yokubana ke ngoku abaqhankqalazi baya kwishaft ye-K3, ungasinika igama lalo mntu lowo, uzasinika igama lakhe?
Hayi.
No.
Negative note, can we take the tea adjournment? We take the tea adjournment at this stage.
Si saya 18 siyoseliti.
Commission resumes. Before we continue with the evidence of the witness, I want to make some remarks about the present situation, the conditions under which we are operating at the moment. We have, as you will all be aware, experienced water and electricity interruptions here at the Civic Centre, and these have resulted in our having temporarily to postpone the Commission's proceedings. The Secretariat's office has been in constant communication with the Rustenburg local municipality to get these issues resolved. We advised that a severe explosion was experienced on Tuesday, the 20th February, at 33,000 volts switchgear housed at the nearby municipality electrical substation, and the 2 cables were burnt in the process. As a consequence, the municipality is operating with an interim device that functions at a very high risk. Mr. Interpreter, I'll give you this document when I finish reading it.
Thank you.
As a direct consequence of this explosion, sufficient water is not being pumped into the reservoirs due to the unavailability of electricity. And this has caused a less than usual supply of water to the municipal water supply infrastructure. The municipality has, however, agreed to supply us with water tanks in an attempt to address the water problems in the Civic Centre, while it has the opportunity to resolve the problems linked to the water and electricity supply. In addition, they have promised to provide us with mobile toilets. Whether these measures will sufficiently address the health problems which will inevitably follow from our having to continue to function in circumstances where the toilets are not working is a matter which is not necessary for us to form an opinion on at the moment. What we're going to do is we're going to sit until lunchtime. We will then adjourn until Monday morning at 10 o'clock. By that time, we will have clarity as to whether the problem has been solved or is being capable of being solved in a reasonably short period. We will then be in a better position to decide on what will be done from Monday onwards. It may be that we will have to postpone the hearing on Monday. It may be that we may have to proceed to another venue outside Rustenburg. But these are all matters upon which we can't make a decision at this stage because the full facts are not yet available to us.
Nasi isaziso besenziwa ngumgcini isihlalo ndiza kunifundela sona.
Mr. Interpreter, the first part of what I said is on that document. The rest of it, you'll have to remember what I said.
Thank you. Uthi apha unobhala wale commission uye wabhala lencwadi emxelele kokuba kukho ingxaki ezikhona apha eRustenburg eziphathelene nombane njengoba ninabona kule ntsuku ezigqithileyo namanzi. Ngoku ke uthi into eyenzekile apha kuye kwabakhona ukuqabuka kombane i-33,000 volts apha kwenye indlu eziye zaphazamisa umbane gqitha namanzi ke kuthiwa ekuhambeni kwexesha bazawuzama okokuba sithunyelwe ii-tanks zamanzi apha nee-toilets ezibekwa ngaphandle okokuba zizaba luncedo na asinalo ulwazi. Uthi umgcini isihlalo sizawuhlala namhla kude kube ngu-1 ngelunch kuphunywe ke sithemba okokuba ngelo xesha sobe sesiyifumene ingxelo evela kumasipala okokuba bazawuba basebayilungisile le nto ngomsombuluko ikanene kwiintsuku mhlawumbe ezilandelayo apho. Xa kungekho ke sigqibo esizawuthathwa apho kungenzeka okokuba ngomsombuluko imiswe le commission ixesha nelithize ikanene mhlawumbe kwenziwe isigqibo sokuba isuswe apha eRustenburg iye kwenye indawo. Kodwa eso sigqibo sizokwenziwa kule veki elizayo emva kokuba sesithole yonke ingxelo evela kusekretary. Enkosi.
You're still under oath, Mr. Phatsha.
Uzawukhumbula ke mfokabawo kokuba usathetha ufungile.
Questioning him, I think,
yes,
about what happened on the 13th. I'm not sure whether you were still busy with the 13th or have gone on to the 14th yet.
Yes, we're still busy with the 13th.
Right. Please proceed.
uthi umhlekazi umjapelo sisephaya kwi-13 ngoku.
2 police officers were killed on the 13th. When did you get to know about it?
Nge-13 kwasweleka amapolisa amabili. Uyive nini ke wena lo ngxelo?
Awuphinde.
Just repeat the question.
2 police officers were killed on the 13th. When did you get to know about it?
Nge-13 kwasweleka amapolisa amabili. Uyazi nini ke wena lo nto?
Bekungasikhathi sini.
What time was it?
Did you or did you not hear that 2 police officers were killed on the 13th?
Umbuzo yilokuba weva na ikanena uzange uve kokuba nge-13 kwasweleka amapolisa amabili.
Ndiyayiva.
I hear that.
Yes, what I want to know is when did you hear about it?
Umbuzo ke yilokuba uqale ukuyiva nini lo nto, wayiva nini ukuba khona amapolisa amabili aswelekileyo?
Phinde futhi.
Just repeat again.
When did you get to hear about the killing of the police officers on the 13th for the first time?
Okokuqala usiva ngokuba kukho amapolisa aswelekileyo nge-13. Kwakunini? Uyive nini lo nto?
Esweleka phi?
Where did they die?
Do you know any where else where the police officers were killed on the 13th?
Kukho enye indawo owaziyo apho kwasweleka khona amapolisa nge-13?
Akukho ndawo ndiyaziyo.
No, I don't know of any place.
Okay. At Lonmin area, at Marikana area, on the 13th,
Thetha ngale ndawo yaphaya ngaseMarikana ngomhla ka-13
2 police officers were killed.
kwasweleka amapolisa amabili apha abulawa.
Do you know anything about it?
Khona into yaziyo ngaloo nto?
Hayi andiwazi.
No, I don't know.
When did you first hear about it?
Qale nini ukuva ngale nto wena?
Andinothi ndiyive nini kuba andiyazi.
I wouldn't say when I heard about it because I don't know about it.
Okay, let
Saying
me,
that you never heard about it.
Kawuzange uve ngayo kude kwanamhla?
Ukuva into ongayibonanga awunawuyazi.
Hearing about something that one does not know does not put a person to know that thing.
Now, what you, Councillor is asking you is, did you hear about it at some stage?
Umbuzo obuzwa wona nje ukuba weva na ngaloo nto.
What's the answer to that? Did you hear about it at
Ithini
some stage
impendulo yakho?
after the 13th?
Weva emva
2
komhla
policemen had
ka-13
been killed.
ngokusweleka kwamapolisa amabili.
Ndeva ukulimala zandiva usweleka.
I heard about the injuries, not the death.
All right. So, and when did you hear about those injuries?
Ngoku kulimala ke ukonzakala wayiva nini loo nto?
Ndayiva nge-13 late.
I heard it late on the 13th.
Where were you when you heard it?
Wawuphi xa uva loo ntetho?
Ndandisemkhukhwini.
I was in the shack.
Who told you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Waxela ngubani?
Ndeva abantu xa bethetha apha estratweni.
I had people talking about it in the street.
Yes, Mr. Phatsha.
Mr. Phatsha, I'm telling you, on the 13th of August 2012, 2 police officers were killed in the Lonmin Marikana area. Are you hearing that for the first time from me today?
Ndikuxelela ukuba ngomhla ka-13 ku-August lonyaka ka-2012 kwasweleka amapolisa amabili phaya kwingingqi yaseLonmin. Uthi wena le nto uyiva ngam namhla? Okokuqala.
Ndayiva late.
No, I heard it late.
Late when?
Late nini ke?
Ngokuba zandijonga isikhathi.
I did not look at the time.
Which day was it?
Kwakunini imini kwakungumhla kabani?
Undiphinda kulaa nto obendiyithethile.
You asking the same question that I told you about.
You said you had late. I want to know what was the day.
Waiva late awushongo kuba ngeyiphi imini.
No, I
Ufuna
understood him
ukwazi.
to say he heard late on the 13th, unless I misheard. I thought he said he heard.
Uthe waiva late
I
nge-13.
misheard.
Sho njalo?
Benditshilo usaphinda laa nto
I've
obendiyithethile.
said it, Mr. Chairperson. He's repeating the same thing that I've said already.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought he was talking about the injuries.
Oh, uthi hayi uyaxoxa ube cinga uba uthetha ngomenzakalo.
Do you know that these police officers were killed by the strikers?
Unalona ulwazi ukuba la mapolisa amabili abulawa ngaba baqhankqalazi.
Andinalwazi ngaloo nto kuba ndandingekho kuloo ndawo.
I have no knowledge of that because I was not at that place.
Okay. The person that told you about this, the death of these two police officers, who did he say killed the police officer?
Lo muntu waxelela ngokusweleka kwala mapolisa amabili abuleweyo waxela ukuba ngubani obulele la mapolisa.
Zange axele wayehamba estratweni.
No, it wasn't somebody telling me, it was somebody going past in the street.
Okay. And on the 14th, what time did you arrive at the mountain?
Mina elandelayo nge-14 ufike ngeliphi ixesha phaa entabeni.
Andisalichani kakuhle ixesha endafika ngalo.
Don't remember so well what time it was.
Did you find police officers there at the mountain?
Wafumana sekukho amapolisa phaa ngasentabeni.
Ndafika ekhona amapolisa.
There were policemen, yes.
Were you armed at the 14th?
Nge-14 ke wawuxhomile. Phethe izixhobo zakho.
Ndandiphethe induku.
I had a stick.
You didn't have your nqula.
Ungayiphathanga inxula?
No.
No.
And how long did you stay on the mountain on the 14th?
Mhla ka-14 ke wahlala ixesha elingakanani phaa entabeni.
Ndahlala ixesha endingalaziyo uba ndahamba ngabani kodwa ixesha ndalihlala lona.
It was quite some time until I left, but it was quite some time, I don't know how long.
Okay. Did you see the interaction between the strikers and the police?
Wabona ubudlelwano babukhoyo phakathi kwamapolisa nabaqhankqalazi ukuba babunjani.
Zange kubekho nto ndiyibonayo engathi ingenza udlame.
I did not observe anything that could have led to any sort of violence.
Okay, I'm not talking about violence. On the 14th, there were police officers.
Andithethi ngodlame ngodushe ndithetha ngokuba kwakho amapolisa ndithi nge-14.
Talking to.
Ewe khona.
Yes, there were policemen.
Yes, those police officers were talking to the leaders of the strikes or some of the members of the strikers. Did you observe that?
Wabona kukho intetho zazikhona amapolisa ethetha nenkokheli zabaqhankqalazi nabanye baba abantu babeqhankqalazi amapolisa athetha nabo.
Zange ndiyibone lona.
That I did not observe.
Where were you seated? Were you, at the mountain?
Phaa entabeni wawuhleli phi ke wena?
Ndandihleli phakathi nendawo ebantwini abaninzi ngasemva.
I was right in the middle towards the back, in the middle of the many people.
Can I refer you to L?
Make sijonge apha ku-L.
L198.
Sizawujonga apha ku L198. Asile nto athetha ngayo yayibona? I can see it.
Yes, no, the one before, L197.
Oh, wenza impazamo apha. Le L197 ingaphezulu.
Okay. Do you see
This is on the 6th. That's a photograph taken on the 16th. I thought we were talking about the 14th.
Yes, it's the photograph of the 16th, but I just want him to point his position on the mountain.
Am I right, Mr. Chairperson, on photo on slide 197?
Okay, this is the one I'm looking for. In fact, the right photo of the 14 is L89.
Oh, twenza impazamo apha 89 la thetha ngayo.
Perhaps he can point out on 89, slide 89, more or less where he was.
Uthi umgqiniswa masijonge 89.
Are you able to show us on that photo where you seated on the 14th on the mountain?
I mean kwaya 89.
L89.
Apha ku 89. Uthi ke ungolatha nje okokuba njengoba sinje lo mfanekiso wawuphi wena nendawo apha xa uthi nje ndandingaba apha.
Andinoyibona kakuhle ba imnyama le.
This is a dark photo. I'm not very clear. I don't see very clearly.
Okay, on this photo, are you able to see the village Nkaneng?
Kulo mfanekiso uyawubona umzi lo waseNkaneng?
Ndiwubhekile.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Are you able to see 3 crawls there?
Kho ubuhlanti apha 1 2 obuthathu uyabona?
Yeah.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Are you also able to see a group of people next to what appears to be a big rock?
Apha ke ngasematsheni kho abantu apha bahleli uyababona?
Yeah.
I see that, yes.
That is the copy where the strikers were assembled on the 14th.
Uthi ke yiyo le ntaba apha kwakhona aba bantu nge-14.
What I want to know is where were you seated there on where the strikers are portrayed on the photo?
Njengoba kuvezwe aba baqhankqalazi apha ke wena wawungaba kuphi nendawo kubo xa usolatha.
Ndandiphakathi nendawo.
I was in the middle.
You are not able to see the cars of the police, the hippos of the police.
Apha wawukhona wawukwazi ukubona inyala ihippo lezi zamapolisa?
Zazibonakala.
They were visible, yes.
Okay. If you go back to L87.
Sibuya umva siza apha ku L87.
This is the picture that shows naked men.
Apha kubonakala la amadoda emiphaya eze.
Where were you in relation to these naked men?
Uthi ke apha kulo mfanekiso uthi wena wawuphi nendawo mfokapha?
Kulo mfanekiso
On this slide?
Yes.
andisaqonda ukuthi ndandindawoni
I-
kuba sasibaninzi.
Don't remember exactly where I was because there were many of us.
Do you remember seeing these naked men on the 14th on the mountain?
Uyakhumbula kodwa wabona la madoda eze phaya entabeni?
Ndiwabonile.
I saw them, yes.
Can you assist the commission? What were they doing?
Khawuncedele commission mfokapha babenzani aba bantu?
Babehlamba.
They were washing.
Okay. Do you know why were they washing outside?
Unolwazi nokuba yintoni bahlamba phaya ngaphandle?
Andinalwazi ukuba abantu babelala phaya.
I have no idea, sir, but people were sleeping over there.
It was about 20 past 4 in the afternoon.
Kodwa xa sijonga ixesha apha ngu-20 past 4 emva kwemini.
Umuntu nomuntu uyazazi ixesha ahlamba ngalo kuba mna ndihlamba ngexesha lami endihlamba ngalo nam.
Any person, Mr. Chairperson, knows what time he washes. Anybody decides he washed at his own time.
Are you saying it's normal to wash?
No, he's not saying that. He says this says that people can decide anytime they like when they want to wash. And apparently this group of people decided at 20 past 4 in the afternoon, possibly they'd been sleeping overnight there, and they decided to wash. That's what
Uchairman
he seems
ukuva
to say.
kakuhle ukuba uthwena umuntu
Is that right?
uyazikhethela uba uhlamba nini. Aba bantu noma kwakungelo xesha babenze isigqibo sokuba hayi siyahlamba ngoku.
Unjalo.
I agree with the chairperson.
Is it normal, according to your experience, for people to wash in a group in front of a large number of a crowd like that?
Ngokwazi kwakho ke mfondini siyinto sesiqhelo leyo kokuba amadoda hlubule nje abeze ahlambe kugcwele abantu phaya esidlangalaleni kanje.
Andinawuyazi ke eyo.
That I would not be able to know.
I mean, it's not normal.
Uthi akuyonto esisiqhelo noko le.
Uba umuntu ehlamba ngohlobo lakhe ahlamba ngalo andinakwazi into apho.
What I'm saying is I would not know what people's habits are. If a person decides to wash in this manner, I wouldn't know.
Okay. On the 14th, while you were still at the mountain, were you told that there was a dead man next to the mountain?
Uthenge 14 wawuphaya entabeni kwatholakala indoda iswelekile phaya ngasentabeni.
Azange nditsho.
No, I did not say so.
I'm not saying you said it. I'm just saying, did you have knowledge that there was a dead man next to the mountain on the 14th?
Uthi akashongo uba kusho wena uthi waba nalona ulwazi wayiva lento kokuba kufumenwe indoda iswelekile phaya ngasentabeni.
Zange ndiyive loo nto.
I did not hear that.
Oh. Before today, have you ever heard of a dead man next to the copy on the 14th?
Kude kube namhla uke waba nalo weva kokuba kukho indoda eyatholakala phaya ngasentabeni iswelekile.
Emveni kwexesha.
After some time, yes.
Were you one of those men there that was washing naked in public?
Ubungomnye wala madoda behlamba phaya eze.
Zange ndibekho.
I wasn't there.
Okay. Let's go to the 15th.
Well, before that, Mr. Phatsha, were you one of the persons who were standing around those naked men, perhaps watching what was happening?
Umbuzo vela ku commissioner ukuba wawungomnye wala madoda bekhona phaya ebabona bajongile abantu babehlamba phaya.
Ewe ndandikhona.
Yes, I was amongst those men.
Okay. On the
Before you move to the 15th, I'd like to ask a question about the 14th. According to the evidential material before us, we've been told that the police asked the representatives of the strikers to allow investigating officers and crime scene personnel access to the scene where the body was found near the Kopi. And the protesters gave feedback that the police, I'm reading from slide 99, the protesters gave feedback that the police could attend the crime scene and that they would not interfere with the process. But they further stated they didn't know anything about the body or the circumstances of the death.
Apha ke kulo mfanekiso lo kuthiwa amapolisa afika phaya athetha naba bantu bafuna ukujonga lo mzimba, bafuna ukubona lo mzimba womuntu oswelekile phaya ekopini. Kuthe abaqhankqalazi bathi kumapolisa hayi ningawenza lo msebenzi asinakuniphazamisa.
Did you know that the police had asked the representatives of the strikers that investigating officers be allowed access to the scene where the body was found?
Wayiva loo nto okokuba amapolisa aye enza isicelo kunkokeli zabaqhankqalazi okokuba afuna ukuyobona lo mzimba walo muntu, ufuna ukujonga loo ndawo apha lo muntu oselekele khona?
Ndandingekho ngelo xesha.
I wasn't there at the time.
Since you said you are observing these people, these naked men washing, I want to show you a video clip that was taken by the police on that day. That is L90, if they can play it.
Uthi njengoba ke wawukhona phaya wajongile la madoda esenza lento phaya ehlamba, ufuna ukubonisa umfanekiso wathathwa apha baza sibonisa wona ngoku.
Can you see it from where you are?
Uyakwazi ukubona kusuka apho khona?
Ngiyabona.
I can see it.
Can you see that there's a man there sprinkling water, sprinkling something over this naked man?
Uyabona kukho indoda ebaqhela ngento ithile phaya. I'm looking at him.
I think the operator can stop it now.
Uthi mabayimise apho.
Do you call that washing?
Kuhlamba oko kwenziwa phaya.
Yeah, sorry, Chairperson. This questioning, I think it's proceeding on two. I just want to check if the premise is that the picture on 87 is it of the same people as in 90, which I have a problem with. It might be established. And secondly, whether it is suggested that people in 90 are naked. Or is it different scenes?
They don't appear naked to me. And it's not self-evident that they are the people who were naked,
87.
visible on 87. So I think Mr. Mpofu is correct. So I think you must reformulate the question in a way which avoids that.
Imifanekiso emibini ayifanele ku-90 njengoba esisho uMr. Mpofu akukho umuntu onganxibanga phaya ngomnye lo bovelile.
The video that we just observed there, how far were you from those people?
Wawusekudeni kangakanani ke naba bantu bebavele phaya kulo mfanekiso?
Ndandiqaqile.
Quite a distance from there.
Can I refer you back to L87?
Masiphinde size apha ke ku L87.
You see those people who appear naked there at L87?
Uyababona ababantu bavele lapha ku-87 aba banganxibanga nto.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. How far were you from those people?
Ube ubuqamang phina bosekudeni kangakanani nabo abo bantu.
Septini kakhulu mbijana.
I am quite a distance away from them. It indicates it's in the region of 87, where the number 87 is.
Were these people in 87 the same as those one in 90?
Aba bantu bavele apha kulo mfanekiso ngabo aba bavela ku-90. Buzo kokuba aba bantu bavele apha lilo eliqe.
Andinakwazi ke.
I would not know that.
If you look closely at 87, they are naked, and the video that we've just observed at 90, they are in the process of wearing their clothes.
Utika ujonga apha ku-87 baze aba bantu kodwa ke xa ubona umfanekiso lo phaya uthi bayanxiba izinto zabo.
And if you observe on that picture on 90, there's still some naked people.
Uthi xa ujonga apha ku-90 kusekho abanye abaseze.
Can you see that?
Uyayibona loo nto?
Can you look at this?
I don't see naked people on slide
look at,
90.
Look at the screen. The operator has enlarged it. Can you see at the screen?
Jonga phaya emfanekisweni apho basikhulisa khona bonakala kakuhle.
Yeah, ndishongi.
I'm looking at it, yes.
Can you see naked men there?
Uyababona abanganxibanga?
Ndiyababona.
I can see them.
What these people were doing that we have just observed on the video, being sprinkled by something, my question is that normal washing?
Uthi ke ummeli ngoku besijonge loo nto apha ubone khona aba bantu bebechela ngento ethize phaya ukuhlamba oqhelekileyo pha bantu bahlamba ngolo hlobo.
Andinakuyazi.
That I would not know.
Okay, I'm asking this question now for the second time. Were you told or did you know that there was a sangoma on the mountain?
Wawunalo na ulwazi okokuba kwakukho ixhwele phaya entabeni?
Zange ndilibone ixhwele entabeni.
I did not see any sangoma on the mountain.
Do you know the person that we just see on the video sprinkling some liquid on the people? Do you know that person?
Uyamazi lo muntu lo simbone phaya kumfanekiso echela aba bantu?
Andimazi.
I don't know that person.
Is that person a rock driller? Is that person who was sprinkling water on the people a rock driller?
Khawusho lo muntu bechela aba abanye i-RDO naye phaya emanye sebenza njenge-rock driller.
Ngokuba sasesidibene singabantu belonmini andinakwazi uba uyena intoni.
Because there were so many of us there mixed up from different rockfield shafts, I wouldn't know what he is doing.
Mr. Phatsha, if you look at slide L86, is it easier for you to show us where you might be in that crowd of people?
The slide on the...
No, L86. The slide before this?
Kasiza apha ku L86. Apha ungabonisa okokuba wena bowungaba kweyiphi indawo apha. Nahamba labantu abananzikile abanganxibanga. Wena ubungabaphi?
Ndandikude nabo.
I was far away from them.
I mean, you're unable to show us on this slide where you might have been.
Awunakusibonisa apho okokuba mna ndingaba apha noma apha.
Ndingangathekisa kodwa ndingagcwalanga.
I could estimate, but that would not be a real, it would not be a sure thing.
Are you able to show us on the slide, sir, perhaps where you might have been?
phaya kumfanekiso ke ungasho kokuba bowungaba kweyiphi indawo phaya.
xa ndithi ukujonga ndandingangapha ngasekoneni.
As I look at the picture, I was about in the region of the corner there.
Which corner?
Eliphi corner? Elukusiphi isandla?
Ngapha ngasenene.
The right hand side.
The right-hand bottom corner?
Apha ezantsi. Noma pha phezulu ezantsi.
Phaa phezulu.
Phezulu.
Yeah.
The top corner on the right.
Thank you.
Question, before Mr. Motipela continues. Have you ever seen people being washed before by standing naked in front of somebody, just sprinkles them with drops of water? Is that a form of washing that you've ever seen before?
Awutsho ke mfokabawo ngokwazi uke wabona abantu behlamba bese kuza umuntu abachele ngento engamanzi kanti indlela yokuhlamba ethize oke wayibona le.
Azange ndiyibone.
I'd never observed it.
Why do you think it's washing? It doesn't look like washing, does it?
Intoni ucinga uba kuyahlanjwa apha ngoba akubonakala akujongi njengabantu abahlambayo pha. Intoni lenza ucinga uba bahla.
Chairperson, I think we're getting exactly into the same situation now. We are talking about the alleged washing, which was in the one slide, and the sprinkling, which is in what Mr. Mujapula showed, which we've established are two different scenes.
Previous scene also involved merely sprinkling and
Phaya
not
nalobo
proper ablution as anyone would normally describe it. But anyway, let's see what answer he gives.
masive impendulo kokuba ithini.
Benini buzile.
I had been asked this
Ndaphendula.
question before and I
Abantu
responded
abahlambayo.
about what people washing.
Why, Mr. Phatsha, were you standing there watching these people? Why were you standing there watching these people?
Wawumele ntoni phaya wena ujonge aba bantu behlamba phaya?
Ndandihleli.
I was seated.
Right, then why were you seated there watching these
Buza ukuba
people?
wawuhlalele ntoni apho bajongile.
Abantu abangamadoda xa behlamba enye indoda iyayijonga enye indoda xa ihlamba.
If men are washing, there is nothing wrong in other men just staring there and looking at them washing.
So there was not only washing, there was sprinkling as we've seen from the video.
Mr. Phatsha. Mr. Phatsha,
Klekazi Phatsha?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
do you know any of those men that were washing, according to you?
Kula madoda bemi phaya ehlamba kho maziyo?
Akukho ndoda ndiyaziyo.
No, I don't know anyone.
Did you ask anyone of those men why were they washing in public?
Ukho omnye kubo wayobabuza bafondini intoni nihlamba nje apha esihlangalaleni.
Zange ndive mntu abuzayo.
I had nobody asking that question.
Mr. Phatsha, is it possible that the reason why you didn't ask is because you know exactly what those people were doing?
Uthi sizathu ke mhlekazi into enza ukuba ungabuzi kakuhle ngoba unolwazi okokuba intoni libenzeka phaya.
Andinalwazi.
I have no knowledge.
And is it possible that you were one of those naked men?
Ngenzeka nento yokuba ubungomnye walamadoda esiwajonge phaya. Njalo.
Owenzani?
Who did what say?
Who was naked there?
Omnye walamadoda beze phaya abonakala emfanekisweni.
Zange ndibeze.
No, never at any stage was I naked.
Do you remember the color of the clothing that you had on the day?
Usakhumbula impahla oyinxibile ngalomini imbala yakhona yayinjani?
impahla endandiyinxibile ndazi into yoba ndandinxibe ibhlukhwe emnyama
What I know is that I was wearing a black pants
neskipa esinemikhono emide esinemigca
and a t-shirt with a long sleeve, and that has got stripes.
What was the color of your t-shirt?
Iskipa esingumbala onjani?
sikhana ukuba mnyama kodwa asithi angasibe mnyama sinemigca naso.
It looks black, but not very black, and then it has got stripes, like he indicates on the chest.
Is it the same shirt that you were wearing on the 16th when you were injured?
Iyo le t-shirt wawuyinxibe ngale mini wenzakala?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the 15th then.
Masiye ke kumini elandelayo nge-15.
What time did you arrive at the mountain?
Fike ngaxesha lini phaa entabeni?
Ixesha lokufika entabeni andilichani kakuhle elilanga 15.
I'm not very certain about the time of my arrival at the mountain on the 15th.
Okay, but it says in your statement that you spent the day at the Kopi.
Kodwa apha statement sakho ukuthi imini yonke wawuphaya eKopini.
Ilando kaloku ixesha ndingalichaniyo uba ndandifika exeshana.
It's the arrival time that I'm not sure of.
Was it in the morning or in the afternoon?
Wakusasa kanene emva kwemini noma emini.
Ndiyasola uba kusemveni kwemini kanje.
I suspect it must have been in the afternoon.
Were you armed that day?
Ngaloo mini ke wawuxhobile mfokaba?
Ndandiphethe ubush.
I had my bush knife, panga.
The previous day on the 14th, you didn't have a bush knife when you came to the mountain, is that correct?
Zolo kwakhona ke nge-14 xa usiya phaa entabeni ubungayiphathanga ibush.
Andeva?
I don't understand you say?
I'm saying the previous day on the 14th,
Nge-14
where we watched this, we're looking at these pictures of naked men.
apha sijonge khona lo mfanekiso wamadoda aze.
You did not have the butcher knife when you went to the mountain.
Wawungayiphathanga xa usiya phaya entabeni.
Kunomehluko kule nto.
There's a difference in this matter. Ewe.
Kungokuba ndandiphethe ubhutshu.
This is because I had my butcher's knife.
Ngoku nandiphethe ubhutshu. Azange ndiphinde futhi ndibe nayo enye indlela yokubana ndithi andizuphatha ubhutshu.
From the time that I carried my bush knife, there was no other way where I said I would not carry it.
Okay, I want you to understand this question correctly.
Ndifuna ukuba uve kakuhle lo mbuzo endikubuza wona.
On the 14th, let's go back. On the 14th, when you went to the mountain, did you carry a bush knife?
Nge-14 xa usiya phaa entabeni wawuyiphethe ibush leya.
Nge-14
On the 14th,
ngokungaqaphelisisi ekuphatheni izinto ezizo oyiphathayo
by not being
Andiphethe
very sure of what one
intonga or
carries,
ubush.
whether it was a stick or the butcher's knife.
Were you carrying, let's go back to the 15th. In the 15th, are you sure that you were carrying a bush knife?
Masizapha kwi-15 ke. Qinisekile ukuba nge-15 wawuyiphethe ibush knife yakho.
Nge-15 ndandiyiphethe.
The 15th, yes, I had it.
And what about the Ngula?
Inqula ke.
inqula ndayiphatha nge-16 nge-15 ndandiphethe ubhutsha.
The 15th I had the butcher's knife, the ngula I had on the 16th.
Okay. On the 14th, I'm going back now, I don't want to confuse you.
Masiphinde umva ke kancinci ndibuyela phaya kwi-14.
Do you agree with me that on the 14th you didn't have a ngula in your hand when you went to the mountain?
Uyakhumbula ukuba nge-14 ke xa usiya phaya entabeni wawungayiphathanga ingcula. The ngula, you didn't have it.
Yes, in his hand when he went to the mountain.
Xa usiya entabeni ubungayiphathanga.
Ndandingayiphathanga.
I did not have it.
And on the 15th, when you went to the mountain, you didn't have a ngula.
Uthi nange-15 xa usinyuka phaya entabeni ubungayiphethe ingcula.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go back again to the 14th. I don't want to confuse you.
Andifuna ukuthi ndikuphambanise masibuyele umva kancinci futhi nge-14.
When you arrived at the mountain on the 14th, there was a presence of the police. We've already passed that.
Nge-14 xa ufika phaya entabeni ufumane esekhona amapolisa phaya xa ugqitha usiya.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the 15th again, when you went to the mountain, there were police there at the mountain.
Nange-15 xa usiya ufika phaya entabeni ufumene sebekhona ababomthetho amapolisa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then when you go to the mountain, the third time on the 16th, now you decide to carry a sharpened weapon, the ngula.
Utheke nge-16 xa unyuka usiya phaya entabeni wasucinga uba hayi mandiphathe nenqula ngoku. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
What was the purpose of carrying this ngula?
Isizathu ke sokuphatha le nqula ngale mini kwakuyintoni?
Kungoba siphethe intonga sonke.
Because we all had sticks. All of us were carrying sticks.
You heard my question correctly. I'm not talking about sticks. I'm talking about the sharpened iron.
Andithethi ngentonga, thetha ngale nto intsimbi le ebukhali inqula.
Umuntu uphatha into anayo, ephatha into
Anybody,
azayisebenzisa xa kungabakho ingxaki.
one carries that which he has, that which he possesses, which he can use in case there's a need for it, there's some trouble.
Are you saying that on the 16th, there was going to be a need to use the ngula?
Uthi ngoku nge-16 kwakuza kho isidingo sokokuba kusetyenziswe into enjengenqula.
Anditsho.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, I'm going back to my original question. What was the purpose of carrying a ngula to the mountain?
Mandibuyele ke kumbuzo bendiwubuzile ukuba isizathu ke ngoku sokuba uphathe ingqula le ngale mini kwakuyintoni?
Into yokuba siphethe intonga sonke singaba sikweya ndawo school.
This is because all the men who were there, the place where we had our carries.
Are you telling this commission that the reason why you carried a sharpened weapon was because other people were carrying it?
Uthi ke ngamanye amazwi wawuphethe lento ibukhali ngolhlobo ngoba kwakukhona abanye bebeziphethe izinto ezinjengezo.
Injalo.
That is correct.
Is there any other reason for carrying that sharpened weapon?
Ande koko kukho esinye isizathu ke senza ukuba uphathe isixhobo esinjengesi?
Asikho.
There's none.
Will I be quoting you correct if I say the only reason why Mr. Phatsha on the 16th went to the mountain with a ngula, a sharpened iron, was because other people were carrying their weapons?
Ndizabe ndithetha into erayithi xa ndithi umhlekazi uPhasha nge-16 wahamba esiya phaya ephethe ingcula ngoba nabanye abantu babephethe izixhobo ezinjengezo.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And
So did you go to the mountain on your own?
Wahamba uwedwa usiya phaya entabeni?
ndandihamba ndodwa kodwa abanye abantu besaya nabo.
I was walking alone as such, Ms. Chairperson, but there were other people walking along in the same direction.
When did you realize that other people were taking their inchulas?
Ubone nini kuba nabanye ababaphethe inqula zabo?
Bephuma ezindlini zabo baphethe izabo izixhobo.
From the time they went out of their houses, they had their weapons.
After you left your house?
Usuphumile wena endlini?
Ndiphumisene nabanye, abanye babe sebengaphambili.
I came out together with others, although there were others who were ahead of me.
So when you came out of your home, you came out carrying a nula on the 16th.
Nge 16 ke. Xa uphuma endlini, uphuma usoyiphethe yakho inqula.
Ndiphume ndiyiphethe.
Yes, I had it.
And how did you know that the other people have their weapons?
Usazi kanjani kokuba nabanye baziphethe ezabo izixhobo?
Ndiyabona ngamehlo.
I could see with my eyes.
Okay.
Isn't the question rather, how did you know before you left home that the others had their weapons? Isn't that the question?
Yes.
Do you want to rephrase it?
Mbuzo njengoba siuva ubuzwa uCommissioner kokuba phambi kokuba uphume endlini ubusazi kanjani okokuba aba abanye abantu abayayo nabo baphethe ezabo izixhobo phambi kokuba uphume endlini?
Ukuphuma endlini ndiyaphuma ndayochama.
I went out of my house to go and urinate outside.
Ndababona abantu abaphethe izixhobo nam ndawa kwezam.
I then realized people were carrying their weapons. I went in and then also picked up mine.
Did I understand you correctly? You say everyone carries a weapon that they are able to use. Did I hear you correctly?
Uthi wonke umuntu wayephethe isixhobo anokwazi ukusisebenzisa. Ikuva kakuhle apha?
Andiva.
I don't understand you say.
You said everyone carries a weapon that they are able to use.
Uthi umuntu nomuntu uphatha isixhobo anokuthi asisebenzise.
Umuntu ophethe into yakhe uyazibuza uyenzani.
Anybody carrying anything that belongs to him knows what he intends doing with it.
What did you intend doing with yours?
Ngoku wena ke ube ufuna ukwenzani ngeze zakho?
Ndandingafuna ukwenza nto.
Nothing in particular.
Okay, we'll go back to the 16th.
Masiphindele phaya ke kwi-16.
Let's just go back to the 15th.
Masithi umva kancinci siye kwi-15.
The leaders of the unions, that is President Zokwan and President Matunjwa, came to address you on the mountain.
Andithi kweza inkokheli zemibutho phaya ezimbili umhlekazi uZokwana noMathunjwa beza bazothetha nani phaya entabeni ngalomini. Kunjani?
Ewe bafika.
Yes, they arrived.
And then both of the leaders asked you to go back home and to leave the copy.
Zombili ezinkokheli ke intetho ezayithetha nani okokuba maniphindele emakhaya ezindlini nisuke apho ekopini. Kunjalo?
Nguba uMathunjwa owathi masihambe siye ezindaweni zethu.
It was Mr. Mathunjwa who said we should go back to our place of residence.
Oh, that's Mr. Matunjwa.
Mathunjwa.
Yeah, sathi silinde umqeshi.
We said to him, we are
Asihambi.
waiting for the employer, we are not moving.
Did he tell you, that is Mr. Matunjwa or Mr. Zokwana, did any of them tell you to arm yourself to carry weapons?
Kukho owanixelela naphakathi kwezinkokeli ezimbili umathunjwa ikanene uzokwana okokuba emadoda mayixhome. Khona washo uba maniphathe izixhobo.
Azange.
No.
You decided on your own to carry the weapons.
Kwaba zisigqibo nje zenu ezo.
Ewe.
Yes.
Your weapon, who were you going to use it against?
Ezakho izixhobo ubuzozisebenzisa kubani?
Awuphinde?
Just repeat the question, sir.
Okay. These weapons, the nqula that you had,
Ezizixhobo uthetha kakhulu ngenqula leyo oyiphethe.
you were able to use it, isn't it?
Ubungakwazi ukuyisebenzisa xa kunesidingo.
Bendingalindanga nto ubana ndingasebenzisa
I was not expecting that it
obukhali
was-
ndibuphetheyo kungekho nto iza kumi.
I was not expecting that I would use this sharp instrument which I had unless there was something coming towards me.
You say most of the people had their weapons. I assume that you are talking about the strikers.
Uthi bonke abantu babephethe izixhobo zabo ndiyathemba ukuba uthetha ngaba bantu babeqhankqalaza.
Kunjalo.
Yes.
Those weapons, I put it to you that they were going to be used against anyone who was opposing the strike.
Ibeka kuwe ke mhlekazi okokuba ezi zixhobo injongo yazo kwakuba zisetyenziswe kuba noma ngawubani oxhasene nesi strike nanikuso.
What is your comment?
Uthini kuloo nto?
Andiphinda ndivanga kakuhle.
I don't understand that question. Would you repeat it?
I'm saying those weapons that the strikers had, including yourself,
Uthi ezi zixhobo naniziphethe nonke ezinye ziphethwe nguwe ezezakho.
were going to be used against anyone who was opposing the strike.
Zazizosetyenziswa noma ngawubani ongahambelani nalo qhankqalaza esi strike nanikuso.
Sasingajonganga loo nto.
That was not the intention, sir.
Prior to the 16th, there were other members on the mountain who had, other strikers on the mountains who were armed, isn't that so?
Andithi kwakukhona abanye phaya entabeni babekhona phaya baqhankqalaza. The question was there were other strikers on the mountain.
Strikers on the mountain who were carrying arms. weapons.
Babephethe izixhobo nawo andithi.
Umuntu wephaya wayephethe izixhobo owayengaphathanga isixhobo wayengenaso.
Anyone who was there had a weapon. Who had a weapon? Those who were not carrying anything are those that don't own any.
Would that be the reason that you carried a bush knife on the 15th as well?
Sesinye sezizathu okokuba uphathe ubhusha lo nge-15 andithi.
Because others were carrying weapons.
Ngoba abanye babephethe zaphi izixhobo.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
On the 14th, there were also people with weapons, but you did not carry your weapon with you.
Nge-14 kwakukho abantu babephethe izixhobo apho kodwa wena ungaziphathanga.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
So why did it become necessary then to carry the weapons on the 15th and the 16th?
Ngoku ke isidingo sokuba uze uphathe izixhobo zakho nge-16 kwaba yintoni isizathu?
Ukuba abanye abantu beziphethe izixhobo.
Because the others had their weapons.
You see, what is puzzling Mr. Phatsha is that on the 14th you came to the mountain without the sharpened iron, and there was a police officers there. On the 15th you came again without the sharpened weapons, there were police officers there. On the 16th when you come, the police officers are still there, but this time you come with a sharpened weapon.
Uthi into emxakayo yileyo ke mpoka uba weza phaya mini yokuqala ungaphathanga izixhobo kukho amapolisa, ngelesibili weza uphethe isixhobo amapolisa akhona, nange-16 xa ufika phaya uphethe izixhobo zakho amapolisa akhona.
Was it your intention to use that weapon against the police?
kwakungenye yeenjongo zakho kokuba uzisebenzise ezi zixhobo xa nijongene namapolisa?
Andingajonganga loo nto.
That was not the intention.
This sharpened iron rod, this ngula, where were you storing it before the 16th?
Linqula yakho ke phambi kwale mini phambi kwe-16 wawuyibeke phi?
Ingathi sizophindela emva.
Seems as if we are now going right back.
Ndiphindela kwinto ebese ndiyiphendule.
I am to repeat what I have already responded to.
I didn't hear you answering it. Before the 16th, where did you keep your includer?
Azange sikuve uphendula lo mbuzo. Inqula lo ubuyigcina phi mfo?
Inqula behlala endlini.
In the house, Mr. Chairperson.
So you had this sharpened weapon in your house all along?
Lonke ixesha eli unesixhobo esinjengesi phaa endlini?
Apho uhleli khona uyindoda uhlala unezixhobo zakho.
Where a man lives, and he has to have his weapons there.
Ngoba elokishini kwenzeka noba yintoni kukhale impempe ungazi bekhalela ntoni.
Because in the townships where we stay, a whistle would be blown and one wouldn't know what the problem is.
Is there a place where these weapons are sold?
Kukho indawo apho zithengiswa khona izixhobo.
Kwelo cala ke undibuza lona andinakuphendula.
I am unable to respond to that question you're asking me.
Where did you get your ngula?
Make ndibuze ngale yakho incula wayithatha phi? Wayifumana phi?
Ndazenzela mina ngokwami.
I made it myself.
Okay, yeah, I want us to come to the 16th now.
Masize ke ngoku apha kumhla ka-16.
But before I get to the 16th, I just want
Ngoba ndifika apho
to ask one question about the 15th.
ubuza umbuzo wodwa nje nge-15.
It looks like you sat the whole day on the copy.
15 wawuphaya entabeni imini yonke.
When Matunjwa came to talk to you.
Nangeli xesha kufika umathunjwa phaya ezothetha nani. Kunjalo.
Wafika umathunjwa.
Mathunjwa did come.
Okay, when Matunjwa finished this speech, what did you do?
Esegqiba ke intetho yakho umathunjwa was may I get some the you, the pronoun you, is it used in its singular form or
Singular.
uthi wasuwenza ntoni wena?
Ekuhambeni kwakhe ndabe ndihambile nami.
After he had left, I also went away.
What about the others, the other strikers?
Abanye ke abanye abaqhankqalazi benza ntoni?
Babejike khona lapha.
Some remain there.
Some remain.
Abanye basala apha.
Yabajika khona lapha.
Yes.
And if you say some remain, it means some left.
Xa uthi abanye usho abanye bahamba abanye bashiyeka.
Ndim endahambayo
I
abanye
left.
bachiyeka abantu.
When I left the people there.
When you left, were you part of the group? Did you leave as a group?
Nahamba nini baninzi ni group.
Kwakuthi abo beva belambile baphume bahambe bachiyeke abanye.
Those who would feel hungry would leave and leaving the others behind.
Okay, let's go to the 16th now.
Masiyeke kwimini ye-16.
What time did you arrive at the copy on the 16th?
Uthi ngale mini wafika ngaxesha lini phaya entabeni?
Ngeyiphi imini?
What date was that?
On the 16th, on the day of the shooting,
nge-16 ngale mini kwenzeka esehlakalo.
nge-16 ndafika ngo-2
The 16th arrived
bandiqikelela
at 2, I'd estimate at about 2.
can you identify where you were sitting on the 16th? I'll show you a picture now.
Ndabonisa ke lo mfanekiso uzama ukusikhombisa ukuba wena wawuhleli phi.
If you go to L197,
Kasiya apha ku 197. Angu ku 197. Uthi kwaba bantu wawungaba kwiphi.
do you see that
Yawubona lo mfanekiso?
yeah
I see it, yes.
do you see there's a big yellow arrow pointing towards the left of that picture?
Andithi uyayibona le arrow le.
yeah
Yes, yes, I see it.
Where were you seated in relation to that arrow?
Xa sisuka apha ke wawukuphi wena nendawo xa ungolatha nje kuma ndandingaba kule ndawo.
ndandiphakathi nendawo xa ndikujonga
Looking at it, I was in the middle of the people there.
Okay. Can you mark with a pen where you were seated there?
Xa ndingakunika ipen ubhale apho wenza ikross ukuba mna ndandingaba kule ndawo. Ungakwazi ukwenza njalo?
le nto uba ndikwazi ubhala
The position is I am not able to write.
Okay. Can you point where you were seated and the interpreter will mark that for us?
Uthi xa ungolatha njengomnwe cela itoliki besiyabhala ke apho.
ndandingalapha kule sithuba lesi
I was at about this region. I'm marking with an X, monsieur, on slide 197.
So we could be shown on the various screens that we can see what the spot is. Thank you. And the evidence is. It's really 17 minutes to 1. You can prevaricate long enough for 1 o'clock. And then we'll see. No, I decided when I saw the wire, I was going to get Tinkerley as quickly as possible. Alphabetical order. Alphabetical. The quartet first. Bossier.
The area, the area that the witness is pointing appears to be where there's a small, what appears to be a walking path between the two big rocks.
Nguthi le ndawo yolathayo apha kukho amatye amabini.
Yeah, Mr. Wesley has gone to the technicians, and the technicians will point it.
Indlela uthi kukho indlela egqitha apho.
Mr. Wesley's assistant.
Wesley ke nale ndoda imncedisayo phaya baza kuzama ukuba basibonise le ndawo apha kumfanekiso.
Is that the same position you were when Mr. Matunjwa came?
Kuloo ndawo apho wawukhona xa kufika uMathunjwa.
Yeah.
Yes.
You said in paragraph 8 of your statement that Mr. Matunjwa was pleading with you to leave the copy.
Asijonga apha paragraph yethoba kwi-statement sakho uthi umhlekazi uMathunjwa wancenceza incengo kokuba nisuke apha ekopini. Kunjalo?
Yeah, esithi masihambe sendaweni zethu esihlala kuzo.
Yes, he said we should go to the places of our residence.
What was the reason for
Sizathu asinika wathini?
Ngokuba uyabona ba isimo ayisiso.
Because he said the situation there was unusual.
Didn't he say that there's going to be bloodshed if you don't leave the mountain?
Azange ayiveze into yokokuba kuzawuba uphalalo legazi xa ningasuka apha.
Zange ndive kakuhle ke apho.
There I'm not quite certain, I didn't hear him quite well.
You say in your paragraph 8 that he went on his knees requesting you to leave the copy.
Uthi wade waya phansi ngamadolo esithi hambane apha ekopini. Kunjalo?
Zange ndiyibone le.
That I did not see.
Okay. You've made a statement to the commission, and I take it that the statement was read back to you.
When the statement usenzela i-commission lena, ndiyethemba kokuba bakufundela sona eso statement sakho.
In paragraph 8, if I have to read it all, this is what you say.
Uthi ndizayifunda yonke paragraph 8 lena njengoba ibhaliwe apha.
On 16 August 2012, I only returned to the copy at about 1400 hours.
Uthi nge-16 zika-August ndiye ndaphindela phaya entabeni ngexesha loo-2 kanje u-1400 hours.
I learned that Mr. Matunjwa had already been there.
The xa ndifika ndafumana besithi uMathunjwa ubekade ekhona apho.
Are those facts correct so far?
Kunjalo njengoba usitsho apha? Ba weva kuthiwa uMathunjwa ubekhona apho.
Into yodala into yobana ngokuba azange ndimbone okokuqala le nto ndithi kwakuthiwa.
Why I say I learned that Mr. Mathunjwa had already been there is because I didn't see him when he came there for the first time.
Yes. I only witnessed his second address when he was pleading with us to leave the copy and return to work.
Uthi wambona wena xa esize lityeli lesibili. Ngoku ke ezofika apho athi kuni ucela okokuba manihambe.
Yes.
Yes.
He went on his knees.
Uthi apha waye waguqa phansi ngamadolo uMathunjwa.
His request was not accepted.
Kodwa ke isicelo sakhe kasamukelwanga ngaba bantu.
Zange samkeleke kuba sifuna umqeshi.
Yes, it was not accepted because we wanted to see the employer.
Yes, I hear that, but what I want to know is that the contents of these paragraphs are correct.
Ndiyayiva loo nto ithetha ukuba benifuna umqeshi kodwa le nto ithethwa apha inyaniso.
Le yokuba wayeguqe ngamadolo.
That he was on his knees.
Yes.
Ewe.
Ecela ukuba masihambe isimo ayisiso.
Pleading with us to leave the place because the situation is abnormal.
Okay, you already answered the next question.
Uphendulile kumbuzo olandelayo.
Why didn't you leave the mountain? I'm talking about you, Mr. Phatsha, not the group.
Manje ke ndibuza wena Mhlekazi Phasha okokuba yintoni ke wena ungenzanga isigqibo sokuba hayi mandihambe apha.
Awuphinde?
Just repeat the question again. Sir.
Mr. Matunjwa has been on his knees pleading with the strikers to leave the copy.
Ankumfo kaMathunja eguqe phansi ngamadola apha encenge ukuba hey madoda manihambe sukana apha entabeni.
And you didn't leave the copy.
Nangahambi nini entabeni.
And I'm talking about Mr. Phatsha. Why didn't you leave the copy?
Ngawe ke Mhlekazi Phasha. Yintoni ungenzanga wena isigqibo ngokwakho uba hayi mandihambe.
Ndandisalindele into yobana ndive umqeshi uba ngaba uza nantoni na kwisicelo sabasebenzi.
I was
abafuna
waiting there.
imali.
I was waiting there to hear from the employer what he has to say about the employee's request about the money they wanted.
Mr. Matunjwa spoke about blood that's going to be spilled on the mountain. If you do
Mathunja
not-
wathetha okokuba kuzawuchitheka igazi apha kuzoba ukho uphalalo legazi apha entabeni.
Blood that was going to be spilled if you did not leave the mountain.
Was esithi kuza kwenzeka loo nto xa ningasuki apha entabeni.
Did you think that your two weapons, that is the bush and the ngula, were going to protect you from the bloodshed that Matunjwa was talking about?
Wacinga wena okokuba ibhusha le wawuyiphethe nenqula ziza kukhusela okokuba kungabi khona uphalalo lolwakho igazi.
Sasijonge into ubana kuzawuza umqeshi.
What we were expecting there was that the employer would come up.
Did you hear Mr. Matunjwa talk about blood being spilt?
Wamva Mhlekazi
Giving that
uMathunja
as a
ethetha.
reason why you should leave.
Wamva Mhlekazi uMathunja esitsho lento ayisho okokuba wathi kuzawuba kho uphalalo legazi apha xa ningahambi. Wamva ithetha loo ntetho.
Zange ndive.
That I did not hear.
The only union representative who spoke to you on the 16th at the copy.
Kwaba nguye nje inkokheli yemibutho le yabasebenzi owathetha nani apho entabeni.
Nguye endamvayo xa ethetha.
He is the person that I had speaking.
Now, in your statement, which is Exhibit DDD4, which you made to someone from IPED, you said in the first paragraph the following. On Thursday, 2012-08-16, at about 1600, I was in a meeting where union representatives gave us feedback regarding a meeting they had with our employer. The representatives advised us to disperse. Is that what you said?
Apha kukho statement owasenza esathathwa ngamapolisa lewe IPD esisiphambi kwethu ngoku sithi ngolesine mhla ka-16 August 2012 xesha lika 1600 ngo4 wawusemithingini apho iinkokheli ze-union zanilethela i-feedback ingxelo eyayiphathelene ne-meeting ebebanayo nomqeshi. Aba babenimele ke bathi manisuke apho entabeni ngoba babona kuzawubakho wayikhumbula le ntetho.
Zange sifike inatsiki nomla.
Inum.
Zange fike.
Num did not come there.
No. So the union representative you spoke about was obviously Mr. Matunjwa. 'cause he
Uthi
was the
wena
president of AMCU.
uyinkokheli yombutho ndithetha ndicinga uba kwakumathunjwa apha. This is Mathunjwa.
This is your statement. This is what you said. You said the union representative gave us feedback, this is on the 16th, regarding a meeting they had with our employer. The representatives advised us to disperse.
Uthi
Is that what Mr. Matunjwa said?
inkokheli zemibutho zafika phaya zathi kuni bacela okokuba nisuke apho entabeni. Uyasikhumbula eso statement?
Umbhali lo wayebhala. Zangabhale ngolhlobo. Ndandithethe ngalo.
The person who was taking down this statement did not write exactly what I said to him.
No, I know, but you were asked by your counsel what aspects of the statement you didn't agree with. This was not one of those passages. Is this what you told the person who took down the statement?
Lukumele wakufundela ese statement kodwa lapha kuthiwa intetho owayibhala kulom owayithetha kulo wayethatha ese statement wasemapoliseni.
Ufanele ukubhala kanje kuba waye ebhala exhinile sabe sisifa zinqaqambo zokuthuthunjelwa zendawo silimele kuzo.
Mr. Chairperson, whilst he was taking this statement, some of us were under terrible pains as a result of the injuries that we had suffered.
You're not answering my question. When Mr. Mpofu asked you about the statement, you said that there was something in the statement that wasn't correct, which you wanted corrected, and that related to the reference to your having been shot.
In the leg, Mr. Chairman.
In the leg, in the left leg.
And you
said that that was wrong. It should have been a reference to your left foot.
Andithi uyakhumbula esifunda umhlekazi uMpofu ethi kukho into erong apha xa kuthiwa udujule emlenzeni engatsho kokuba wawudujule onyaweni.
Njalo.
That is so, yes.
That was the mistake that you referred to when Mr. Mpofu took you through that statement that you made to the person from IPID.
Ubuza ngumhlekazi uMpofu uye wabonisa loo nto kokuba apha wenze impazamo xa idujule emlenzeni kanti udujule onyaweni.
Kunjalo.
Yes, it is.
You in fact then said, when you had pointed out the fact that he referred to your left leg and on page 2 and you should have been the left foot, you said that for the rest you agreed with the statement.
Wase uthi ke enye into ebhalwe apha kule statement uvumelana nayo ngaphandle kwale mpazamo ayenze apho.
Kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
Right. Now, so the person who spoke to you, the union representatives, as described in the statement, who spoke to you and advised you to disperse, were you referring to Mr. Matunjwa?
Apha usithi khona kwabakho inkokheli yabasebenzi eyafike yanicela ukuba nisuke kuloo ndawo ubuthetha ngoMathunjwa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the statement goes on. The representatives advised us to disperse because blood will be spilled all over.
Uthi ke uyaqhubeka uthi waveza ke lo mhlekazi kokuba ndicela ukuba nisuke apha ngoba xa ningasuke apha kuyobakho uphalalo legazi yonke le ndawo.
That means that you said in your statement
wayithetha loo nto kwistatement zakho
that you were told to disperse
ukuthi le ntetho yavezwa
because blood would be spilt all over.
Yavezwa ngulo mfo okokuba xa ningasuki apha kuyobakho uphalalo lwegazi.
Is that correct?
Kunjalo?
Yesho.
That's it.
Now, Mr. Motapelo said, when you were told by Mr. Matunjwa that you should leave because blood would be spilt all over, otherwise there'd be bloodshed, why didn't you leave? Now, what's your answer to that question?
Ngoku umhlekazi Mujapilo lo mmelo ngapha ubuza kokuba seniyivile le ntetho kokuba ehambani kuzaba ingozi kuyabokho uphalalo legazi wena ngokwakho yintoni ungenzanga isigqibo sokuba hayi mandihambe apha.
Kungokuba silinde umqeshi uba siphenduleke kwinto esicelayo kuye siza kuya emsebenzini emveni koko.
The reason
singanqabanga kuya emsebenzini
was we did not refuse going back to work. We would have gone back to work. We were only waiting for the employer there to bring us the reason, to bring us a reply on the request that we had made to him as workers.
But Mr. Matunjwa had told you that what had happened when he spoke to the employer, he gave you the feedback, and then he said that you must disperse because blood will be spilt all over, and he actually went on his bended knees and pleaded with you to leave. Is that correct?
Inyanzo kokuba uMathunjwa wafika wanixela phaya kokuba uvela phaya kumqeshi nokuthi umqeshi utheni kuye. Wabe seveza lento ukuba mawethu ndicela ukuba nihambe apha. Waze waguqa phansi ngamadolo ecenga ukuba hambani apha ngoba xa ningahamba apha entabeni kuyobakho uphalalo legazi kule ndawo. Kunjalo?
Ndayiva leyo.
That is correct, that's what he said.
Mr. Matunjwa's feedback was not that the employer was coming, but that the employer wasn't coming. Isn't that right?
Andithi intetho yakhe uMathunjwa wanixelela okokuba umqeshi akeze apho. Azange asho ukuba usendleleni uyeza.
Zange ndiyive ke.
That I did not hear.
What was the feedback?
Wanixelela ukuthini uMathunjwa wathi uthini umqeshi.
Ngokuba ndingeva kakuhle ezindlebeni.
Because of the
Zange
problem that
ndiva.
I have
Ubuye
this
nantoni.
hearing problem, Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite sure of what the report back was.
I see. But what you can tell us, what you did hear, was he advised you to disperse, and he said there'd be bloodshed.
Kodwa ke leyo kokuba hey sukani apha madoda kuzawuba
Because there'd be bloodshed.
awuphalala igazi apha wayiva lo.
Ndayiva.
That I had, yes.
Mr. Mojapelo, I think you can now ask the question you were busy with before we take the adjournment.
Did you think that the two weapons that you were having in your hand, that is the Ngula and the bush knives, were going to protect you from the bloodshed that Mathunjwa was warning you about?
Ngoku ke wena wacinga okokuba linxula nebhusha lo iphethe iza kuba zizinto eziza kukhusela kolu phalalo lwegazi uMashunde esetha ngalo.
Ingathi bendike ndaphendula kuloo ndawo.
I think I have responded to that question.
My question is, and
Uzowami lo
I would love to have an answer.
ndicela ukuba undiphendule
You
kuwo.
had two weapons in your hands.
Ezi zixhobo uziphethe ngezandla.
Mr. Mathunjwa has warned you that blood is going to be spilled if you don't leave the copy.
Uthi kuni uMathunjwa hambani apha xa ningahambi apha kuzobakho uphalalo lwegazi madoda.
Do you think that those two weapons were going to protect you against the bloodshed that was warned by Mathunjwa?
Ngoku wena wacinga okokuba hayi ezi zixhobo ndiziphethe ziza kundikhusela kolo phalalo lwegazi athetha ngalo uMathunjwa.
Asingajonganga loo nto uba
That was
kuzawuba
not
njalo.
the intention. We did not think it was going to be so.
Was there something else that might have protected you against the bloodshed?
Kwakungahle kubekho enye into eyayinganikhusela mhlawumbe kolu phalalo lwegazi.
Uba sasingajonganga uba kuzawuphalala igazi silinde umqeshi. Sasingajonganga into yoba lizawuba khona into enjalo.
We did not think of any other thing to protect us, Mr. Chairman, because we did not expect that to happen. We were expecting the employer to come over to us.
How were you expecting the employer if Mr. Mathunjwa has not told you that the employer is coming?
Xa enganixelela nguMathunjwa kokuba uyeza umqeshi apha yintoni eyanenza uba nicinga uba uzawufika.
Sasilindile umlindo.
We were expecting them there, we were just waiting for him.
A leader of a union is asking you and pleading with you on his knees to leave to avoid bloodshed.
Nansi inkokheli yabasebenzi inixelela ukuba mayihambe ide iguqe phansi ngamadolo inicenga okokuba hambani.
Ingathi uzophinda into eyi-1.
It seems as if you're going to repeat one and the same thing.
Sometimes you ask for questions to be repeated. Sometimes your questions are asked and you don't answer them and they have to be repeated as
Nawe ke mfondini ukucela imibuzo kokuba iphindwe
Mr.
xa
I suggest
isiphindwa ngabanye ungayivisisi loo nto.
Despite the complaint about the repetition, I suggest you repeat the question again and let's see if we get an answer.
Make sithi ke makawuphinde kokugqibela sive kokuba uzawubakho impendulo na.
Uzawuphinda ntoni kuba besendiphendule.
What can he respond? What can he repeat, Mr. Chairperson? Because I've already responded to his question.
Well, perhaps you'd like to repeat your answer then.
Ombe uthanda ukuba uphinde impendulo le yakho. Masim.
Repeat your answer, Mr. Phatsha.
Mhlambe ungayiphinda impendulo yakho baba uthini kuwe?
Andikuva?
I don't understand you say.
understand the question. Perhaps that's a good reason why Council should repeat it and endeavour to repeat it in a comprehensible form.
Ngoba ungawuvanga ke lo mbuzo ungasawukhumbuli masithi ke ucancel makawubuze uzowuva kakuhle.
Makaphinde ndive.
Let him repeat so that I can hear him.
Okay, I'll put it in another way.
Ubeka ngenye indlela ke ngoku mhlekazi.
Mr. Matunjwa is a leader of a union.
Andithi uMathunjwa lo inkokheli yombutho wezabasebenzi. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Matunjwa is on his knees pleading with the workers to leave the Gopi to avoid the bloodshed.
Nangu phambi kwenu umfo kaMathunjwa kuqephansi ngamadolo uyacenga okokuba hayi hambani apha entabeni madoda. Kunjalo?
Wayetshilo.
Yes, he said that.
Did you have any reason to believe that the employer will come to the mountain?
Nangelo xesha ubusenenkolelo yokokuba umqeshi uzawuza apha entabeni.
Sasilindile umqeshi singajonganga into uba uyawufika nini kuba silindile.
Waiting for the employer. We did not know when he was going to come, but we were going to wait there for the employer until he comes.
What would have happened if Matunjwa had been right, and instead of the employer coming, there was bloodshed?
Kwakuzokwenzeka ntoni ke mfo kabawo ukuthi lento eyayithethwa uMathunjwa ibe yinyaniso kokuba umqeshi engezi kubekho uphalalo legazi apha?
Into esasingayazi leyo uba ingenzeka kuba thina silinde umqeshi uba makeze nempendulo kwinto esicela kuye.
This we did not expect to happen, Mr. Chairperson. What we were expecting was the employer to come there with a response to the requests of the employees.
Suitable stage for us to take the adjournment.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
As I've explained already,
Njengoba besenichazile ke mawethu,
we will adjourn until Monday at 10 o'clock.
sawuphuma ngoku size singene ngomsombuluko ngo9:30 kusasa.
No, 10 o'clock, I said.
Oh, Monday.
10 o'clock Monday.
What did I say? Monday ngo10. Sivene kakuhle ngo10 kusasa ngomsombuluko.
By then we will know whether the health hazard,
Mamelan mawethu.
by then we will know whether the health hazard that I mentioned earlier, caused by the fact that there's no water supply and the toilets aren't working,
Sizobe sesivile sazi ke ngelo xesha kokuba lingxaki sinayo ephathelene namanzi etoilet nezinye izinto esisithethe ngazo
will have been solved.
okokuba zinokulungisa na
It
ikanye
hasn't been
ngizilungisi.
solved when it is likely to be solved.
Xa zingalunganga ngelo xesha sibakwazi ukusixela ukuba ziyawulungiswa nini na.
We will then be able to decide whether we can carry on with the sitting of the Commission on Monday,
Kuzawuthi ke ngawo umsombuluko lo sikwazi ukwenza isigqibo okokuba siyachubeka na ngale commission noma kwenzeka ntoni.
and if we can't, what we will have to do.
Xa singakwazi ukuba sichubeke ngomsombuluko nizawuxelela ukuba kuyakwenza ntoni emva koko nanini.
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm sorry. A self-appointed shaft steward. I just wanted to check.
Shaft or shop?
Shaft.
Nanku
Sorry,
umhlekazi uMpofu ishop steward yamagqwetha.
I wanted to check, Chairperson, if it becomes clear, in the unlikely event that it becomes clear by Sunday that it is not going to happen, can Ms. Commissioner, with her customary efficiency, just email us? Should it become clear?
Well, if she knows on Sunday what we will know on Monday, then I'm sure with the efficiency to which you've referred, she will communicate it to you. But I fear I will have to be here at 10 o'clock on Monday, come what
Okokuba
may.
abameli bona bazokwazisa ngecawe xa umama efumene leyo ngxelo. Bazawuxela abameli kodwa ke thina abanye siyawuva ngawo umsombuluko mawethu ngo10 enkosi kakhulu.
I will be here at 10 o'clock and I will then say from this
Umhlale ngaphambili ke yena nakanjani uzobe ekhona
what's going to
nam.
happen. If anybody else is here, that's something that we will see. we will now adjourn.
Akhuleka.
Thank you. Akhuleka mtheka baba.